streaming button.
Holy fucking shit.
Roll 20. Listen, Roll 20. I've had a lot of problems with you in the past, right? I specifically brought this music track back to the beginning so that I could start it at the start of stream at the beginning. You did not listen to me. You did not follow those instructions, Roll 20. And for that, I'm, my bar was already pretty low for you. It's gone a little lower,
Well, we gotta postpone the session, guys.
Yeah, sorry. Gotta cancel it. Sorry. See you 2025.
No!
Alright, let me announce, because, believe it or not, stream has started, so, I can't do this stupid bit forever.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Here's this. We got a good old-fashioned one of these. And then, last but not least, not to compete with Savvy's own stream on his own server, but, there's...
But we're important.
But this means so much to me.
It's a matter of valuing yourself. You are not undervaluing Savvy. You are valuing yourself and your own time and effort that you put into this very good thing.
Yeah.
As I said,
too much.
As I said, just tell him to stop. Like it's that easy.
It's a matter of it's a matter of free will. The people can watch this instead if they want. Maybe they weren't watching the Savvy thing, and now they will be watching ours, and we will be gaining the clout.
Yeah, bro. Just autonomy, free will.
What? I've never heard of that before. That sounds
Jira in her final fight.
Autonomy.
Jesus.
I mean,
Yeah.
I guess
That's
strictly
how it went.
speaking.
I won't lie. This is me when I'm a candle. Anyway, how long have we been live?
Oh,
I don't think that long.
About 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 hours. We're 2 hours in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's great. We've made more progress than I was expecting. But yeah. I'm gonna give it a couple more seconds, just really let it soak in for a second that this is like the moment. This is what we're doing right now. This is where we're living.
This opportunity comes once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
One up.
Climax session of Bifrost, just an hour away.
Can you believe it, guys? I can.
Yeah. So,
You better start believing, too.
on that, hello, everybody, and welcome back to episode 197 of Destruction Bench Agreement, our more or less weekly tabletop RPG run in the anime campaign system. We're back in it in episode 197, as mentioned, Operation Bifrost, which we have been running for a good old number of months now, good old number of sessions. If we're going in terms of, counting the most recent session as like one collective thing because of its, strange circumstances, right? If we're going with a little bit of that, this is properly session number 17 of this good old fucking story arc that we're doing. And talking about story arcs, we're in that bitch's climax. We've set the stage. Everything has been put into motion. All the pieces are in place. And the final battles even, are soon about to begin. As always, I'll give a little bit of a recap, and I'll try and go for a bit of a blend of either side, because on one hand, we've all been here for a bit. We want to get into it. But on the other hand, considering this session and how it is, if there is someone new, I want to give them at least a little bit of context of what's going on here. So, before any of that, though, there's going to be a lot of people involved here today. Plenty of players, and we're not going to introduce players this time, primarily because, well, you see, my children, we're going to have just about everyone here if we can help it. So all these goddamn characters that you're seeing here on the screen, hopefully, we'll get to see a little bit of all of them today. And so, as things go up, we can introduce the characters as they go, and you can get used to everybody's voices. Though, we should introduce our GMs here for today, at the very least. Hey everybody, I'm Patronix, or Soleil, whichever you prefer. I'm here. I'm running this shindig. I have from the beginning. And we're finally here. We're finally at this point. Still hasn't completely sunk in for me yet. But yeah, we're here. And alongside me, I got my two lovely co-GMs. Iris.
Hey friends, I'm Iris. I'm ready to do this thing.
And Penny.
Penny? I think you mean worm. I'm a worm.
Oh, you're Worm? Okay, hold on. And then my other co-GM, Worm.
I'm excited for this. Worm is excited for this, as is Penny.
Yeah.
Who's Penny?
So, oh, yeah. So, those are our GMs, and you'll probably be hearing a lot of our voices here today. If for no other reason than, believe it or not, we're running this thing in the first place. But, before we get into the recap, if you're new around here, and you would especially appreciate a recap, such as what we're about to do, you want to know when, where, how, why, you can catch up with more of the things we're doing here on this Twitch channel, whether it's more DBA, other tabletop games, video games, anything else really. You should join our funky Discord server. Oh, there's the link, whoa! Go there, get notified when we're going live, how we're going live, and what we're going live with. And it's community Discord, place to go to be in the know, as I like to say. Rolls off the tongue and it rhymes. It's pretty cool. Follow and sub to the channel if you haven't already. Not only helps out a lot, but also keeps you in the loop in the more traditional way, I suppose, of following or subbing to a channel. So, with all of that being said, let's go ahead and go into the recap. And as much as I would want to keep this track going for it, I feel it only fitting that for potentially the last time, we should switch over to this one. As here today, we continue on with episode 197, Operation Bifrost, centered on the titular Fort Bifrost, a constructed military base by the United States military to sort of act as a potential grounds, a base of operations for a proposed alliance between them, being the United States military, Destruction Bench Agreement, and Daybreak Bay, the city it's within as a whole, as well as various other related parties and or parties of influence, with the idea being that these groups have proven that they're capable and strong, and especially in the case of DBA, have gone up against horrific, potentially world-threatening threats. The idea of this alliance being that when such supernatural threats go and challenge us, potentially pose said threat to the world at large, this group can be there to try and help against these supernatural forces. Of course, today, what was supposed to be a time for discussion, negotiating the terms of agreement, if it is to go through it all, of course, along with a tour of the facility, from the start has sort of been, let's say, rigged. It's been a conspiracy through members, traitorous faction of the United States military itself, working in tandem with the Shadow Realm cult known as Simulacrum and various apex predators of the Shadow Realm, all turning this event, the circumstances surrounding it, and the fact that it is involved with DBA and its strange, equally supernatural broadcasting method, taking all of that as an opportunity and a chance to fuel their spellbinding ritual. The goal: open a permanent gate between the Shadow Realm and the material plane. One that can be traveled through on either side to the other with, at least in the metaphysical sense, far easier access than ever before seen on a much wider scale. And additionally, with the goals of Simulacrum, the idea being that perhaps these Shadow Realm creatures can be allied with their once godlike figure, ruler, whatever exactly you'd prefer to call them, W, who's had a rather an interesting past with Destruction Bench Agreement, currently confined within multiple forms of prison. Simulacrum hopes that through this ritual, the creation of this gate and a so-called Akashic point, much like DBA is, that perhaps their leader can be returned unto them. Of course, all of our party members here got wrapped up into the scuffle, thrown into the underground tunnel system of the base, perhaps trapped within the underwater base, or some of the spare few that managed to stick up on the surface, acting as a ray, a beacon of communication. And through their combined adventuring, meeting up with various people, bringing some over onto their side and whatnot, everyone's managed to reconvene together and, in allied forces, have come up with a plan to go to each of the spell circle, spell triangle, each of its different points to try and destabilize the ritual and prevent this whole disaster from going through, and making sure that that gate and that Akashic point, whatever it is, does not remain a fixture. And as such, for the past couple of episodes, we've seen our party here go about the various ways heading over to the triangle points. A group heading down into the underwater base, meeting the apex known as Alba Kairos. Another group heading down into the deep mines yet again, and having another encounter with the apex known as Grudge, and their compatriot, perhaps, Ephialistai. And most recently, we saw another group head down into the bunker, finally able to unlock it after getting various key code flash drives scattered all throughout the base. And meeting up with a different kind of apex, Shadal, who, in a turn of fate, seems to have been a little bit more reasonable. Of course, who knows what lies ahead for each of these groups, precisely. And all the while, up at the top on the roof of Fort Bifrost, two more of our wonderful DBA compatriots find themselves fighting against the head of the operation, Colonel Isaiah Dragunov. In an attempt to both hold him off, distract him, prevent him from assisting his team, his side of this, but also for whatever other motivations they may have. And all of these groups, along with the group, keeping everyone in contact with each other in the communication center, excuse me, including Melagrano, our lovely little phone boy, who has been able to, through luck and happenstance, be in the position to help keep everyone organized. This operation has been going underway. However, there is one group we haven't seen in a bit. As we get here, we're going to start with them. So, real quick, let me go ahead and grab this track. As before we check in with any of our little groups there, let me make sure that this is properly set up. I just need to make 100% sure. There is one other group of characters that were, sent out here on a different mission. Ever since the beginning, there have been many figures of great importance, either to cities or organizations or countries, frankly, that, well, some of them, for whatever reason the military and Simulacrum may have, were cordoned off from everybody else. And one of our groups here went out in an effort to try, now that they know of that location that they're currently being held in, try and break them out of it. So let me go ahead and switch us over to this. Shift ping over. Let me know when people are loaded. But, you know.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I am getting sick to the fucking grave of these goddamn tunnels.
There, certainly are quite a few of them. Kuro, like, looks to the side, seeming as if this sort of, like, realization of how many tunnels they've running through has only really just hit her.
Nah, it's fine. Look at how many tunnels there are. Look, this one's got gray floor.
Artemis doesn't even look at her. Where the hell is this place? We don't have a lot of time.
Isopod would speak up in this
No,
case, sort of
no,
pushing
I am.
up her. Oh, what?
No, I was. Tracy disappeared when I grabbed her, but she's just down here.
Isopod pushes up her glasses for a moment. If I recall correctly, from the directions that Midgard was giving us, we should be fairly close.
Well, I don't see any big bubbles.
I see a big hole.
Ah, yes, the hole.
She looks to Fairy like exasperated, like she's making like some innuendo or something, but then sees, oh, that hole.
Yeah, no. There's just a big hole there. I feel like I remember there being a hole in the plans.
I would assume so. There's been quite a few holes in the tunnels. In fact, aren't tunnels just one long extended hole? Kuro looks down, sort
that's
of,
a good
her
question.
eyes scanning around before they eventually fall back on this opening. We should check this out.
No,
We
you
don't, we don't
you
have
should
time
think
for
about
these
that more.
questions.
And as the group makes their way to the small hole, the hole big enough for them to notice, but small, I guess, compared to some of the other holes they've seen. Looking in, let me go ahead and make sure that all of this is all prepped. Yep, this should be good. Inside, they see a massive room with a equally massive circular structure. So let me go ahead and, start off with this, and then, a little bit of this kind of action, and a little bit of this kind of action, as, kind of like a hole. Yeah, that's sort of a good point, right? Where looking in through this hole, they can see a gathering of simulacrum cultists all surrounding this large pitch black bubble of sorts, their arms raised, waving around in incantation, seeming to try and keep this under control, though every now and again this dome seems to flicker with kind of an ethereal purplish energy.
Shit, there's a lot of them. What's the plan?
Barry puts on her mask explicitly in front of everyone else so that you know who she is.
Kuro kneels down. If what Melagrano is saying is true, and Cheshire and the others have been working on windowing down the dimensional lock, hopefully, she slightly unsheathes her blade. I can give it the final push and break it. If they're all still in there, they can help us out.
Go for it.
Sounds good. I'm gonna distract him.
Go ahead. As she, as Fairy goes, right? I imagine Fairy goes, like, all the way through the hole and is about to, go for whatever shenanigans that she's about to say, right? But cutting her off all in one moment in a swift, immediate dash. Kuro runs straight in a line past her, in between these two cultists who are... What the? Who in the black blasts is this? As they, turn over, looking, and before they're able to react to her presence, Kuro fully unsheathes her blade, the blade of boundaries, as she goes and makes a large, sweeping slash against this dome. A purplish red gash is made throughout it, which then, as the cultists around the dome seem to gasp, able to tell that this has greatly damaged their construct. The gash expands. Cracking like glass, it goes across every edge of this dome, all in what feels like an instant. And then it shatters. And as it does so, let me make sure that I can... was this put on the GM layer? Or is it still there? Did someone move the dome? Or am I... No,
I
okay.
still see it on the token
It's still
layer.
there.
Okay.
It's still there.
Gotcha. Alright, it shifted for me. But the dome shatters, collapses. And within it, we see a group of familiar faces.
Yeah.
That wasn't... looks around. Oh.
Like yeah.
There you go.
Dr. Oxpecker, yeah. Dr. Oxpecker at this point seemingly was sort of, crying around the Cheshire. He's, like, occasionally eating something and, like, giving him energy through, his power and stuff. But afterwards, just turns around. Oh. Well, took you long enough. Kind of puts up his hands. Kind of gives a nod to Isabon in the back.
She similarly gives a very kind of like small, face unchanging nod. Kuro calling out to everyone. Cheshire, Sigma, everyone. She again readies her blade. Let's take them down.
Right? He just looks around. See, that makes sense. They had over 20 people reinforcing it. That's why I was being so damn annoying.
Copeland Moore steps out. Well, hooded figures, keeping us in check. But now the bubbles seem to burst, quite literally sweeping around. He readies an extinction ball in his hands. And under international law, as it's recently established, all of you now officially belong in the Neo-Mesozoic Army's jail hole, to be laughed at forever by me! Split Marsh! Open blow, yeah, let's do this. Let's get them all. As he readies the charge.
Meanwhile, back at the entrance, Kuro, kneeling down, goes for a sweeping slash, hitting both of these cultists closest to her, knocking them back. Sigma, all the while, taking that as a signal. And around him in the center of it, suddenly all of you guys would see a set of rings that sort of emanate out in an alternating, or I guess an expanding, increasing format, as all of a sudden, on one of the further out ones, a construct of the planet Saturn would emerge. He, in an instant, like a boxer making a quick, dashing step, zooms over to where this Saturn-like construct is within his orbit. And with a punch, goes punching into it, producing a series of massive ring-like projectiles that all at once spread shot out, slamming into each of these cultists down here. And I also want to ask, hey, what's going on with you, Zanza? What's up?
I mean, Regent Gray
I'll be real. She was taking a nap in there.
Regent Grey was taking a
sorry,
nap.
sorry. Well, Regent Grey was also taking a nap, but Regent Red was taking a bit of a nap in there, right? As she sort of goes, "Oh, I see. Are we back in now?
Yes.
Is it game?
Now, step right up. Let's finish this." As
You know what? Sure. What the heck? As she pulls from her scabbard the incredibly fancy-looking weapon of hers, it's like this massive golden cutlass saber thing with a bunch of gems and stuff on the hilt, and as she pulls it, 9 sort of spectral echo copies of it begin circling around her as she begins stepping forwards.
Hell yeah.
If you value your lives, I mean, I would be fine with your surrender now.
Hey guys, what do we, yeah, there's kind of a lot of them, and this one feels pretty strong. Oh, but is there really any might that stands up to that of the Shadow Realm and its dark magics?
We could black blast them.
That's true, we could.
Oh, do you want to find out?
I suppose that I do?
Good.
Black Blast, as he extends a hand forward, firing a bolt of black, shadowy electricity towards you, Regent Red.
I see. We'll post this funny passive, because she has yet to attack yet. So, unfortunately, he would have a -5, and I would, like, you know, I don't know if you're going to roll for it or just flavor.
Well, in this case, for sure with that, it just completely whiffs. I said, Black Blast! He fires 2 more, both of them whiff, curving, like, around her as if she has this, like, reverse gravitational pull.
Yeah. It's almost like something about the nature of these two in their positions is making it, like, more difficult to attack. And then Regent Grey, or sorry, I keep saying that. Regent Red would sort of swing her sword forward, the Echo Sabers all landing, like, surrounding them, as she would then immediately begin dashing to each of them and using them to attack them.
Yeah. As just in an instant, before any of them can react, Echo produced instant slash. This guy, oh, darn it, blast! He's knocked down. But our dark magics! This guy, oh, we're not getting out of this one. As he's knocked down, sliced down, all 3 of them in an instant.
Is Black Blast really all these people have to say?
yeah. As unless you have anything more, Zanza, just to cap off my things here.
Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Yeah. As like I imagine Artemis, Kuro, and all the others are like attacking at the front, Dr. Oxpecker dons a glimmering orange pair of wings and flies in the sky, taking out from his fanny pack a seemingly like glowing emberish tick of sorts. He sort of grimaces a bit before popping in his mouth, chewing it, and then before putting on his goggles and like dive bombing, like flamethrowing the stragglers to make sure that everyone is officially down for the count. Silhouetted behind him from the explosion of Copeland Marsh's extinction wave that he just let out.
Yeah. What's up with Platinum, Scarlet?
If Stream saw the big move, that's because Roll20 is bad. Platinum has been leaning up against the wall and just like watching this. I imagine the cultists have taken note of her, but maybe been a bit concerned.
Yeah.
She just sighs. stopping the quiet humming she's been doing, now clear that she was humming the song for the past, 20 minutes minimum whilst in the bubble. Well, my epithet isn't really useful for combat. It's not something that I've sort of spec'd into. I see a bit more potential in it that is besides that. But I'm not going to lie, I have been contemplating what I would just do to all of you, pardoning sue you into the floor once I'm out of there. So, all of this to say, Platinum extends a hand and creates a telescope 3 times wider than her and 5 times as long, and then with no hesitation, a certain level of malpractice, lack of skill and strength, but I mean, compared to these 2 cultists, who knows how good it is. She just swings the telescope, and the size and weight alone seem to carry the majority of the damage it would deal. And she just deals with these 2. Already seems a bit tired, and will only deal with the rest of the rabble-rousers if they approach her.
Yep. And then I just want to ask my fellow GMs, anything in particular you want to go for with, Artemis and then the Suki Akari estate group?
Nah, yeah. Artemis is just taking some guys down of her own, but for the most part, it's about what you'd expect.
Yeah. Fairy as well, right? Mm-hmm. Tracy is more just checking up on Suki Akari's condition, right? She seems fine. Hikari, on the other hand, is going up to some cultists, and just sort of looking at them, and they all start fighting amongst themselves.
Yeah, as they all just start running.
My way, I'll black blast you! I am the only one worthy to serve Lady Hikari!
And, Cheshire, if you feel like it, feel free to bring us home.
So, with everyone else doing what they're doing, just Cheshire annoyed at the... Oh, so that's why disabling it wasn't working. Cheshire flips the J Proto page off to a different page, obtaining his ultimate form at the current moment, as the 2 other clones of him fade away. He then puts his hands above himself, back to back, to where the palms are facing outward, and then kind of puts his fingers in a more of a claw-like positioning, and then strikes down at the air around him, as to punish these Shadow Realm cultists with their insolence. He creates a massive warping of light from the Candescent Realm to shine upon this place, as it were.
And I should mention that the dimensional lock around where you were, Cheshire, is now down. However, as you go to do that, you're able to get a little bit through insofar as pulling into sort of, less the Candescent Realm, but more sort of this alternate reality that you're able, effectively the space in between that you cut through from Nolvira, right? And from it, you don't get the full blast of the Candescent Realm. You are able to harness some level of energy which goes out. However, it is through this attack, which is still plenty effective as is, that you're able to tell there's still a bigger dimensional lock to handle.
Alright, we have to find whatever other... They have a backup contingency that was beyond just sealing us away.
Isopod would start running over to Cheshire as the rest of the cultists are pretty handily dealt with. Yeah. On top of your guys' thing, you were in a localized bubble of the localized bubble, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a bigger dome. You guys were just in a dome within the dome.
What the hell is going on here?
Genius,
Dr.
if I say so
Oxpecker
myself.
just...
It's too much to explain right now, but we should hurry.
Give me the abridged version later. Let's finish this. As he swoops down and brushes himself off.
Mr. Lilithian, do you your experience with this sort of thing, yes?
As experienced as I can be, yes.
Do you have any sort of sense of where the dimensional lock or any sort of disturbance it's causing might be originating from? Can you feel it? And presuming that Cheshire would be familiar enough to sort of be able to feel out these sort of things, right? You would be able to tell, because, I mean, frankly, with how big it is, it's kind of hard not to feel something if you're familiar with this sort of an effect. As it feels like if you had to wager a guess, the source of this disturbance is coming from this direction.
And notably as well, Platinum, now that you're outside of that, inner bubble, with some guidance from Cheshire, you could probably use your powers to spy out a precise location pretty easily.
She claps twice to bring attention to herself. Well, I was just talking to the cultists now unconscious about how this is exactly what my epithet is built to do. Wonderful.
Right. Currently I'm getting the feeling that it's in the east, but I can't tell how far from where our current position is.
I've noticed.
Fantastic.
You're not sure what that's in regards to.
Let's get a move on then.
We're busting this lock open? Is that the plan?
That's the plan.
If we can make it in time, yes.
Sounds fun.
Let's hurry then.
Yeah. Dr. Oxpecker, if Miss Isopod would be fine with it, would pick her up and don his wings again so they can zoom on out of there.
Yeah, she like stays completely still. It's like she's like a plank of wood as he's holding her.
Yeah. For sure.
And as our fine group of now freed pals and otherwise start making their way towards the east, which would be, geographically, with what you guys know, closer to the center of the base. We want to leave this cultist here. He's not part of the group. Neither is this.
He's not part of the experience.
He's not part of the experience,
Roy thinks he's part of the team.
Yeah. As As everyone goes and begins making their way in this direction, following Cheshire and Platinum's lead, we're going to cut off from this for now and jump over to something perhaps you were expecting to start off with in this case. So, hope that little scene was fun. But, hey, Zanza, Scarlet, Moomin, James, and Sam.
I choose violence!
I'm one of those.
Are we, needed or something?
Oh, something to that effect,
Sorry, I have to go on a trip for a couple months.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Completely, yeah.
Well, goodbye then.
Wow. Goodbye.
It's fine. Axel just died.
So, I'll ask you, Iris, right? Is there any way you want to start this out?
Yeah, but for now, feel free to just switch the map if you don't mind.
I'll go ahead and switch the map first things first. Yeah, sure. Let me just make 100% sure that everything's all good on it and that I haven't messed anything up simply by existing in its proximity. No, everything looks good. So let's go ahead, grab that player banner, and bring them here.
As described previously with your group, the shadows are twisting, undulating, the candle flames flickering, struggling to stay alight within this just gale-like storm of darkness that has begun to stir around you. And while this is the first group we're focusing on, all of you still get the sense that this is the start of the final confrontation. And as such, you may all roll initiative.
Ooh, I love initiative.
Oh, there we go,
yeah.
Voya.
There he is.
Some knowledge.
Right, I accidentally clicked out of the thingy to roll initiative. Can you show it again?
Oh, yeah. Boop, boop.
All right.
There he is.
Thank
Again.
you.
We're in for it now.
We're really in for it now, boys.
Old.
Oh yeah.
Old.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Let me give a...
Oh, Urple, we're really in it now.
Right. Seems just fine to me. I will let Axel have the 0.5. Just set him at 4. Yep. Well, let me see how this looks. Yeah, that looks just fine to me. Voya, the shadows stir around you, and normally this is your ideal environment, but something about this feels wrong. It feels hostile. It feels dreadful in a way. As before you act, let me just quickly post the apex of knowledge. In a library containing countless precious tomes and one-of-a-kind records, the most important store of knowledge within its walls is its grim master, the ancient shadow dragon Albakairos. Where most hoard gold or trophies, he collects the histories of civilizations. His flesh has grown frail and decayed, but his mind contains the wisdom of eons. Albakairos is incapable of forgetting any information and is immune to any effect that would manipulate his memories or mind in any way. In addition, if someone uses any attack, ability, or other active kit feature against him, he will remember its details and methodology for later. Unless there is a significant difference in the way it's flavored or employed, kit features become moderately less effective against him the more they are used. This only applies to features used against him specifically, not his creations. However, not only is it Voya's turn for now, anybody else at the start of combats, feel free to go ahead.
No.
Oh, good, bestie.
Nope.
All good.
Alright.
I'm fine with just don't worry about me. Okay.
Well, we do need to worry about you because it's your turn, but like. You know.
What if you stopped? So I think that Voya knows that when it comes to the Shadow Realm, adaptation is key. So I think I'm gonna do this. I'm going to use Tenomorph to basically. So here's the plan. Tenomorph to basically make her better at climbing / crawling around like a little fucking monster. Okay.
Like a big old bug.
Yes,
Understood.
exactly.
Like some kind of fucking freak.
However, that
Honestly, even though that's a 5, I'd say as long as you spend 2 cost on it, that's a pretty simple enough adaptation. I don't see a reason why that wouldn't work.
Okay, got it. And then it's a matter of what we want to do to open this bitch up.
Well, this is a main action, but you can make a basic attack as a bonus action if you'd like.
That's true, and also all of her shadow arts become bonus actions if they were main actions before.
Very true.
Okay. I think that it's about time that I learned something where actions speak louder than words. And you know something that speaks louder than words? Bullets.
Venus's shadow art. I don't know why she just gets rid of these. Voya's going to start off by her movement is usually, I believe, 6, and well, if she crawls around like a little fucking insect, she gets +2, I do believe.
All right.
So I believe that was 1, 2, 3. Let's do a nice 4, 5, 6. 7. She's just on top of the bookcase, right?
All right.
Basically, I want her to open up her fucking spooky shadow cloak and just from somewhere within fire a colossal sniper rifle round that like has shattered the rifle in question in two, deeming it no longer usable because that's why she threw it away. And with that being said, I'm just going to give you a d20. Pretty good.
Pretty good. All right. You pull out some kind of horrible abomination of a weapon. And I presume are firing it towards the big man.
Oh, who else would she be firing it at?
What is the how would you want to flavor the firing of this weapon?
With one hand, she, like, flares the cape, and with the other, she points forward towards Albakairos as though a command to an unseen soldier. Perhaps the soldier is herself. Perhaps she's just replicating what she saw Venus do a couple of times, and just fire a bullet, fire it large, fire it fast.
And as you climb up here and take aim, getting ready to do so, Albakairos sneers and waves his staff and is going to use his primary ability as a reaction.
Oh no.
Supreme shadow bending.
No!
Of all the dark mages and shadow creatures, he is the best at manipulating shadows. And Voya, as you fire this bullet, before it even leaves the barrel of the gun, several spears of darkness emerge from the ground around you, writhing and twisting, grab the barrel of the gun and just scrunch it into a broken and destroyed state. I'm going to say he will need to spend 2 on that, but your attack whiffs.
The broken gun falls to the floor, and she just momentarily looks at it. Quiet so that no one can hear except the camera, she mutters.
Venus is gonna be so upset.
I believe that will be everything.
Alright, Lila, what are you doing?
Alright then. I need to bring everything out for this. As she's going to focus as 2 of the many claws clinging from her back drip down like droplets of liquid, twisting and morphing, as we're gonna go ahead and spend the 3 stamina in main action to summon both Blasphemy and Edge.
Alright.
That's it. With Apollo's schooling, I believe that works.
That'll be a 9.
Yeah.
Lila,
So
you
bring
feel the shadows within this place resisting you a bit more than they otherwise would, but thanks to Apollo's help, you can get it.
There they are. Alright. And we will now leave. I can bonus action. Yeah. Bonus action. Cloak of Shadows. To just give myself that visual resistance. Let's choose a better color for that. Is that more visible? That's much more visible. And then is going to simply advance along with her summons. Movements. here.
Well, it would seem the information we received of there being members of your group that utilize our world's powers was correct.
Something of that nature. And that is, I believe, my turn.
Alright. Peony.
Have you considered maybe, like, not being mean? Have you thought about that? Sir?
He just glares.
He's had a long time to think about it. He still chooses evil.
I don't know, maybe he just never been introduced to the concept of nice.
Good and evil. Bah.
See?
I'm being
See?
rhetorical. I'm being wise like you.
Well, I'm just going to double move and hope he doesn't hurt me.
She scrumbles, carrying Urpel with her under her arm.
You've all come much too far for such naivete now.
I don't know, put a free hand on hip. I've been told I can be very naive despite the situation before.
Is that your turn, Peony?
That's her
Double
turn.
moving up. All right,
That's
just
her
note.
turn.
Just note this balcony is fairly high up from where you are. Voya climbing
determined.
on the shelf, but yep, no, that's fine. I'm just letting you know. It's his turn. Oh, foolish light worlders, how lamentable your folly. He raises his staff, the darkness beginning to coalesce. The very forces that normally ensure your victory have now sealed your defeat. He suddenly raises his staff before smashing it on the ground, and I'm going to try to do this. Yep, that'll work. You know, right back here, this thing's gonna appear. When a scrying eye is summoned and you enter its aura, those effects listed there all occur, including the summoning of some guys. So let me roll that. 2. I will say we get 2 little hobbies. Soleil, if you're willing to put those down for me.
Yeah, I'll grab the hobba.
And yeah, if you have any like beneficial status effects or secondary kit things like, you know, secondary prof lines or anything like that, those are gone. And he also becomes aware of any weaknesses you might have.
Wow.
And also, you can destroy the eye, but it will explode on death.
Oh no. He's aware that I'm squishy and I can only parry melee attacks.
It's more like, you know, if you take double damage from fire, that kind of thing. But yeah. And then, let's see, anything else I can do just now? Double check. No, honestly, that's gonna do it for the moment. He'll take a step this way, but otherwise, Paulo's turn.
Okay. Let me see how close.
No, Cockpo, just while you're until the eye's destroyed.
Okay. Can't get to Voya, unfortunately, but dude, that is where I marked. Yes. Okay. Might as well just pop off a tap the tank right now.
Hell yeah. And there it is.
All right.
Which gets
That works just fine.
Yep, gets everybody except for Harrier and Voya. So.
Yep.
You're fucking lucky you're doing that now, because otherwise I'd summon an eye and negate that. But everybody has it for the meantime.
Yep. Oh, I never put this little bit into his actual kit. So this is also in effect for Apollo.
Yeah.
I will put that in now. But that will be his turn.
All right, Harrier.
Gotcha. I will just say, feel free to roll the 1d8 for the fishy flakes, Apollo.
Thank you.
Yep. 4 of them, and I'll just scatter them randomly. So let me close my eyes, like this, like this, like this, and like this. Yeah. All right. So we got that. And then, as for Harrier, she's gonna be taking it nice and simple. Let me just check. Yep. She's going to run up to this bookcase. I'm gonna give her a roll to try and leap up to the top of it with her last space of movement. And I would count this as an acrobatics roll, so she has advantage because of her talent, which, thank goodness. That doesn't really matter that much. So, in this case, I think what she's just gonna do, because of the circumstance, Albacyrus is a little bit out of range, and there is a bookcase in the way. So I think she is just gonna hold her basic attack, main action, for firing at Albacyrus if she gets a good line of shot, like a shot on. Actually, how big is the explosion for the fucking eyes?
I think it's the aura shows it.
Gotcha. In which case, I won't pop that against Axel unless he would want me to.
I would prefer not. I have only so much stamina.
Yeah. So in that case, I'm just gonna hold on in action for if she can get a clear shot on Albacyrus. So
I'm merely a small boy.
Yeah. What's up with you, Axel?
Yeah. So, first of all, I just realized something. But I'll ask it a little bit later. Okay. Axel will first of all touch a finger to his forehead. Pushing, and use that to teleport here.
Yep.
As he sort of approaches, cracks his knuckles. All right. Well, I'll be real. I don't know if I have a ton of like super smart or cool or wise things to say. About this particular this situation, other than, man. It seems like you've been to a lot of cool places. I kind of want to go there too. I don't know. It's a little unfortunate. Had to meet on circumstances like this, but guess there's no other way around it, huh?
I suppose not, considering it is decreed by the weaving of fate itself.
Ooh.
He punches.
I'm gonna say that would at least minorly graze him. However, he is gonna try to raise up his staff axle.
Alrighty.
Although actually, because you're dashing into range for this. He's gonna try to just with the staff. He didn't roll the best either, but neither did you. I'm gonna say you take 5 damage and are knocked back to here as he just whacks you backwards.
Is the attack canceled?
Yes.
I'm going to spend a star to roll a 1d12 to see if I can make it better than a 7. That's better than a 7.
That is better than a 7. Yeah.
At the last moment, like his eyes flash and he ducks down, contorting his body in like an acrobatic state and doing it more as like an uppercut.
Yeah. And you do uppercut directly into his bottom jaw, which he does fly up slightly. His skin does not seem fragile by any means. How much damage is this? 6?
It is actually 10.
Oh, I see.
Because I was using the 1-star version of it.
Gotcha. Yep, you punch him.
Alrighty. I'm going to... Ooh, this is fun with his passive, thinking about this. Flying up, I'm going to immediately attempt just a simple shooting star blast in one of his eyes.
And that will work just fine. He will take that. How much damage? 3? Or is it increased?
It is Have to 2.
2. Gotcha.
Try this on for size. I'm gonna end this off with just a classic California Eagle as Axel kicks. As can I be put on top, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
As I kick him multiple times, driving him back 3 spaces. And he would take 3 damage. Each hits of 1.
Gotcha.
And I could keep going. However, Apollo's a funny thing, giving me an extra action and all that stuff. Like, I want to go all out, but with his passive, every time I use a technique, it's kind of my last time to get the full effectiveness of it, and my damage is so prorated right now. So I'm gonna hold my extra action that I got from Apollo to potentially try and counterattack one of his next moves. And that'll be my turn.
Sneering as I presume you kind of land in front of him, he glowers for a moment before the large, decayed, just ratted wings behind him. He starts raising them up. The sound of, like, the cracking of bone fills the air with just the effort of him doing this, seemingly. Begone. He flaps his wings, and everybody in the arena is suddenly pushed 5 spaces to the right and takes 4 shadow damage.
Okay. I want to use my held action to. I don't really think I can counterattack for damage on him, but can I punch into the floor to just try and create a broken piece of the floor that will act as a shield against the shadow damage?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Alrighty. Oh god, right. The dice rolling is all different now. Boop.
Oh yeah, Axel, thinking quickly. I mean, you see him raising his wings and can tell there is still power within them. You punch the floor and make this makeshift shield. You can feel the wind still billowing around you, but you negate the damage and knockback.
As note, for bookkeeping's sake, Arpa would only take 2 because they were in Leela's Cloak of Shadow aura inside the TBR. Leela would take 0 because with Cloak of Shadow up, she doesn't need shadow damage.
Yeah, this would apply to the hobbies as well.
Yeah, I'll move them.
And I'll also say that this 4 turn is when they can act. So that'll be Alba Kairos. However, who are they gonna go after, Soleil?
Give me a second. I guess this doesn't really matter. How about we just go for some of the closest ones, right? So, this Hobby Gobby, apparently, Roche is mentioning it. Apparently Sam is a little quiet on the music. Or quieter than the music. Regardless.
Alright, she can turn herself up if needed.
Hobby Gobby is going to... this one's gonna go for a, Dark Orb on Harrier. She'll try and dodge, but, not... That's a pretty big roll. So let me grab her thing. Yeah, she's still gonna take a hit. I'll say that's enough to avoid the... No, she's gonna take less damage, but she'll still get the curse mark, so I'll mark that with a purple. And including cost, I'll say she's gonna take this much. As she rolls over to the side here, and is knocked a bit off guard, can't go for the follow-up attack. This other Gobby is gonna go for the same thing on Apollo. So here comes the Dark Orb.
Dorb.
Yeah. So if this hits, it's 6 damage on you, Apollo.
Alright, let's go ahead and barrier reef that.
I'll say that with the barrier reef and its cost taken in account, you can knock that down to 4 as the barrier partially cuts off the orb, but some of it still gets through.
Alright.
And that's them, so yeah.
And now it's Boy's turn.
Hello. Alright.
Voia.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're closing the distance We're going for speed. Alright. So... we're gonna use Tenomorph again. But this time what I want to do is basically turn one of Voya's gauntlets into a fucking sword. Okay?
Sure. It's a bonus action this time as well. Ooh, unfortunately, you maybe sharpen your claws slightly, but otherwise, not this time.
It's alright. It's my roll clear. I'll just pay a little bit for that. And be sad about it. Okay.
Apologies.
No, it's fine. You can only give me so much on a 4. We're gonna come back to this. Otherwise. Alright. We're gonna try something.
Try something.
We're going to tear this man to shreds, actually. I think. If that's okay with you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Ooh. That will work.
Just for the funny? For the humor, perhaps?
For the funny. Alright, so this is again essentially a series of dashing claw attacks, correct?
Yep.
Alright. Let's see here. How much damage do they each deal? 7 each?
Yes, and she can dash additional times beyond the first 3 if she spends 1 frenzy stack. And I believe that I do want to do that.
Alright. Go ahead. So how much would this be doing total? I'll probably prorate the damage slightly since this is all on the same target, but...
More than understandable. If it is 3 now 4 times, 7 damage each. Am I bad at math, or is that 28?
That's 28, I believe, yeah.
Okay.
If it was 4 times 7, that's 28.
Yes.
Again, I will prorate that slightly, but...
Understood.
Most certainly, Voya, you... Not only are you, like, also large and lumbering like him in this form, but you are much faster, and you slash through him several times. Gah! So young and full of energy. He spits.
What? Jealous old man? That's a joke.
He copes and seethes in your direction. Is that your turn?
Oh shit! Wait a second. I should roll for the dashes. It mentions at the bottom.
Oh, they each need to roll. Okay. Yep, makes sense.
So, none of it. All right, Voya, you're warming up. It's okay.
With those rolls, I will reduce the damage a bit more. Still a pretty damn sizable chunk, but yeah.
Understood. How many times has she dealt damage with it? 4? Because she would gain that many frenzy.
I'd say you dealt damage 3 times.
Understood. I believe that for the time being, that will be my turn.
Okay, Lila.
Keeping things.
Alright. Lila's turn. What I'm gonna have her do is, we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Also, let me do my group stuff. Should just be that. And then from here, I'm gonna use the shadow effect of her Cloak of Shadows to basically send out, small tendrils of shadow to like wrap around the banister up here and basically try and pull her up behind Alba Kairos.
All right.
Roll for that.
Ideally. Yeah, that's enough to pull yourself up for sure.
She gets pulled up by her funny tendrils, and then from here is going to funny main action 1. create a pit of shadow around her.
All right, gotcha. That will work.
5 by 5, right? Yeah. So let me very quickly. Area should be this. Which would deal 5 damage to Albakairos, since he is within it upon summoning. And then for action 2, we are going to...
Ooh, very cool new icon.
Yeah, we are going to hit this man with a fucking... one of the abyssal tentacles, and I'm going to spend a full... I'm going to spend... Hold on, I have to do math in my head really quick. 15 shadow on giving it plus 5 lifesteal, and then another 10 on giving it plus 2 to the roll.
Gotcha.
Because I'm spending a full 25, it will have advantage. Actually, I'm gonna shift the instead of the roll 10 to the damage, so it's plus 2 damage. So 7 damage, and it has advantage. So there's roll 1. Here's roll 2.
Yeah, with that 13, it will hit, and sensing this extremely potent darkness welling within you, he is going to try and to essentially manipulate the darkness such that some of it is pulled away from you and towards him, both weakening your attack and creating a large, shadowy, jagged claw to like block at the same time. I'll say he's gonna spend 3 on this. No, actually 4. He does not want to get hit by this. Well, with his 12 versus your 13, your hit is now going to be only very minorly effective if nothing is done.
Alright, well, I don't think I can particularly do anything about that, because that was my second action, and I don't want to shade step right now, so minorly effective is fine for now. I'm set up.
Alright. He takes a little damage, and I'm gonna say you only get 1 lifesteal out of it.
Alright.
Mere novices.
And then, as for funny summons, Terror and Edge are both, they're birds. They're just gonna fly over the bookcase and over to here and here. And then Blasphemy has to unfortunately run around.
Alright.
Yep.
And they're gonna make their little attackos.
Yeah, so it'll be, it'll be Blasphemy and Terror attacking this boy, so it'll be 5 of them 3.
Okay.
There we go.
I am going to give him the shot. He's going to activate his Skitterer passive for Surprise Trick. Which in this case I'm going to say is good enough to maybe reduce the first one, which was the 5, yeah?
Yes.
So let's say 3 and 3 damage overall, which is 6. Guess how much stamina you had.
And then Edge attacking the other one for 4.
Who will be trying much the same. And he's just taking the 4. He's still on.
And that's my turn.
All right.
Gotcha. Peony, yep.
Alrighty. Why does he keep having to be so far away? I can get there if I can manage to jump it.
First off,
Urpel picks up her baby boy. I believe in you. Go! Points at
points at little creatures over here to go eat.
All right. Urpal skitters around this shelf and will attempt an attack.
Go, Urpal, go, go, go!
Well, that's enough to deal the damage left to take care of this guy.
Eat.
Hell yeah, Urpal! Woo!
And he will heal back to full with that.
I'm also just gonna do myself a favor real quick and make this a square.
You
just
do
so-
yourself? Good to know.
Yeah, I'm gonna do myself.
High five.
Yeah, bro, yeah.
Yeah.
Peony, in her infinite wisdom, is going to scrumble up here, try to jumpy and use Voya as a means to cling up here and scrumble up. I'll give her a classic Peony roll.
That's a pretty good roll. This is a new modern twist on the peony roll where it's good.
Wow.
This
I
is,
was gonna say, I don't know if we really need a classic peony roll, you know?
using your acrobatic skills, Peony, you wall jump between these shelves and climb onto your friend Voya's back and get up onto the railing.
Hell yeah!
You get up on the Hydra's back, brother.
This is a great spot to be in. Will definitely not fuck me over at any point in this fight. No.
Oh, hold on tight!
Oh, she's holding. And she's going to first up deliver an icy punch to this man as best she can. So let's.
But sometimes you just gotta
roll
return to
clear.
the old vintage, tried and true
It's
classic
fine. Roll clear.
peony
Roll
roll.
roll clear.
Yeah,
It's
and you get that
fine.
boost as well.
And I do get a boosty for my next roll. See, this is the big brain plays. Actually, I got a +1 to my next roll. And because I don't know how long this fight's gonna be, I'm gonna conserve a little stamina. We're just gonna basic attack. We're gonna hit him with my stick as a follow-up to him dodging. Yo, that's a 15.
All right.
Get bapped on, bitch.
With the new modern twist on the peony roll, you do the damage, and okay, I'm just reading through that. So it's just the 5 for now, I believe.
Yes.
All right.
Get
Is that you?
backed on.
That's gonna be her.
You're all a little close for my liking. He is going to main action, Supreme Shadow Bending. It's not awesome, but he will spend 4 again, and essentially just all around you, all of a sudden, these shadowy claws and tendrils emerge and are going to mainly focus on pulling you all away from him, but also be doing, I'm gonna say, 3 shadow damage each, as you are all yanked. Axel would be, again, if nothing is done, Axel is going to be just yanked to the right, Lila to the left. You two are going to be pulled off the railing and back down to the bottom floor.
Hold on. Would you guys, GM, what if I saw that they were falling? And would you allow me to use Giza Drop without dealing damage to jump over, grab them, and pull them back here, hopefully letting us avoid some damage and not having them get knocked away?
It'll be a little tricky to do it without, doing damage, but I will certainly let you attempt it.
Are you guys have a way to
Honestly-
get back up? Or
Yeah, Voya
She
can
big.
climb real good.
I'm waiting for other people to resolve things, but I have a funny I could do to avoid this.
Alright, I won't do anything then. I'll leave it as is.
I will, what I will actually do, because it might, in a way, assist with this. I actually think it can work, is, despite the fact that I will be not taking damage, and realistically, because of how the Dark Abyss works, not being pulled away that far, I will go ahead and spend Shadow instead of Stamina to Shade Step, to avoid
Hi,
getting
Dilly.
pulled
Hi,
away
little
in the
bitch.
first place.
Hey. Sorry.
Oh, that's a 2. Never mind.
I'm sorry, but no.
Alright, I can't help then. My plan was to Shade Step and then use my free basic attack to restrain Alpakairos and stop him from manipulating the shadows as effectively, but...
Alright, what was your idea, Peony?
Now, you say that he's grabbing, which is causing damage, right?
The
With
shadows
that shadow
are...
claw.
Yeah.
Well, what would you say would happen if, he were to say be grabbing like Peony's arm and the damage causes the arm to fall off, thus leaving Peony standing where she is?
She's gonna pull a spot.
So this is interesting. I'm gonna say, give me. It's not gonna be particularly hard, but give me a roll.
Ooh, a classic Peony +1 roll.
Woohoo!
Okay,
That's above average.
That's good enough.
Woohoo.
I'll say Peony. In a manner which, if anybody around you cognizes it, would be like, ugh, that's kind of fucked. Peony, you purposefully twist your body such that they grab your arm primarily, and indeed, like, as Voya is pulled back down, Voya, like, you're like, it's okay, Peony, I can cut, and there's just an arm still grabbing your horn, like, because, you told her to hold on tight.
Okay, alright.
Feel free to draw that, James. But yeah,
Okay.
Peony, you stay there, and if nothing else is done, Axel's getting pulled there. Lila, you're gonna get pulled here, and you guys are each taking, again, 3 damage.
Lila would get pulled here, and then because of how the Dark Abyss works, she cannot leave its area, whether forcefully or otherwise, so she'd get, like, pulled back here, and there'd be a weird sort of, like, stitching bit of, like, shadow stretching out from the area, and then she'd get pulled back to here.
Yeah. Understandable. He is then going to, with a few thuds of his cane, he kind of grimly walks back over here. And we go to Apollo.
Okay. Hey, Axel, want me to throw you at him?
Do it.
All right.
Let me at him.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah.
All right. Apollo is first gonna eat these fish flakes. Yum yum yum. And he is up the waterfall right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20-foot vertical leap. 11, 12, 13, 14. And Apollo is going to use his fishing rod to just catapult Axel at Albakairos.
Yay!
That works just fine, Apollo. You fling Axel forward.
Let me at him.
And I assume this is some kind of dual tech here, really. So I think we move Harrier to after Axel.
All good. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, since it is my turn, before I go any further, I'm gonna be doing a funny real quick, right? Hold on.
Okay.
Where do I post it? I got this from my work with Dr. Epithet.
Mr. Dr. Epithet.
Now you could probably I don't know. Question: would this have been removed by the eye, or would it still be removed since I
let me see.
Because this was an upgrade I got thanks to
Thanks to
Dr.
him.
Epithet as a thing where it's like, oh, if you work with him, then you can spend a certain amount of proficiency to keep whatever chain you get to your epithet.
I think that would stay in this case. It's pretty integrated with your stuff. I think it makes sense that would be there.
Cool, Voya, take 5 stars.
Thank you.
Uh-oh.
As I'm gonna come in, first of all, with a standard basic attack, star impact. Oh no. Hold on, I'm spending a star. So it's not that bad. It's an 8.
Yeah, plus you're getting the fling from Apollo.
Yeah,
so I
plus
imagine
with the
that's-
fling, yeah. 100%.
So a punchy for 7.
That will deal 7.
Yep. Then, I'm gonna quickly, just as a bonus action, use Sydney Sphere to put a funny put the funny orb right there. For no particular reason.
For absolutely no reason.
Then, I'm gonna attempt to London Knuckle to launch him backwards. And this is where I have to ask a question. Because the way the Alba Kairos' thing works is that unless it's significantly different, he understands it and knows exactly what it is. How does that interact with Axel's various metered moves? Because they all do just have different text.
I would say that because they have different text and they are different, like, you know, if they're similar to each other, maybe he'll get some minor resistance, but for the most part, that would be fine.
That's exactly what I was hoping for.
It's only if you're spamming the same thing repeatedly that he's gonna really start not being affected by it.
That is exactly what I was hoping for, because I sure as hell used the 1-star version of London Knuckle, so I can use the regular one for this moment.
Ah, I see. Gotcha. All right,
so
makes sense.
I will be hitting him for, this will be 4, but I will be explicitly trying to knock him back with this zoom punch.
Well, I will say, he's typically pretty hard to knock back considering how big he is, but with that 19 and the spending the star a minute ago, yeah, you can knock him back a single space. Not that that's significant in some way.
Yep. He takes 4 damage from the punch, but 5 damage from the sphere. I don't. Pretty sure the spheres don't give me stars though. Yeah.
You are trying my patience.
Well, they do give me. I get a do star. Well, I don't have a cool one-liner against that. Venice-fired 0-star. Get hit.
Oh no!
Don't worry, it's the regular version.
Okay, the regular. All right.
So he just gets hit for 9, and on a high roll, he gets a bleed proc. I think that's a high roll.
I'd say that's a high roll. Yeah.
I have a little calculator thing. So,
Axel, this guy seems pretty, dusty and skeletal, but even so, you do bleed him slightly. So that's 3 bleed stacks, is that it?
Or... no, that's 3 damage.
3 damage? Okay,
it
so
was
it's
my
not...
3rd hit.
Okay, does he get bleed stacks as well, or...?
This was before we formalized that, so it is up to you.
I'll say that essentially the 3 damage he's taking is sort of the, the Dark Souls blood loss in this moment. But, alright. Is that it, or are you still going?
Oh, well, you see, I might as well keep going. I will just do a 0-cost Tokyo Flare. That will miss. But that's fine, because Apollo's tap the tank gives me an extra action. I'm gonna use the Tokyo Flare.
Yeah, he does manage to incline his live body away from this one, but you're fast. You do another one.
Yep, it only deals 1 damage because proration is for his whole turn.
Yep, okay.
But I'm just trying to build up my stars now. And I will cap it off with just another 1 damage shooting star, and that'll be my turn.
You missed that shooting star. However, Apollo, did you have anything else you wanted to do on this turn since you're combining them, or was that it?
That's it for me.
All right. Well, thanks to the two of you guys' teamwork, you did a number on him. What was that, Soleil?
I was just going to say, before it properly moves to Apollo's turn, Harrier's going to chance firing at this eye with the held action because she didn't, Abakaros didn't get in range, and that's fine. But as it's passing her turn, she's going to try to shoot the eye. Yep, which would deal 6 damage to it.
All right, it takes 6. it immediately like flares and glares and reacts to that. Let me.
It's 10 stamina for the eyes. I'm pretty sure it says it.
Yes, but even it taking damage, it is now like active and hostile. It's going to try to attack her on its on Albakairos' next turn.
Yep. Which is why, as it gets to her turn proper, what she's gonna do, right, is all right, I'll keep trying to keep us covered from behind. And she is gonna run over here, go to the barrier reef, right? Grab Urpel out of this area if she can manage.
Yeah, that's Urpel. That's Urpel, that noise.
Yeah. As with her main action, using the barrier reef as a slightly elevated ground, she's gonna try and rifle again.
And expertly, with the precise aim she has demonstrated this whole time, it pops.
Yep. And that's her. So it's Albakairos.
All right. Albakairos, give me just one moment because let me double check this really fast for Lila's sake. Okay, no, that wouldn't apply here. Yep, I will give him some damage for the Abyss. Maybe not quite as much as it would usually deal, but still a decent amount. And Axel, you've just beaten the shit out of him a little bit. He turns to you and glares. He's gonna try to punch you now. Yeah, that's gonna be 9 damage.
I see. So now you're learning a little bit of the light realm jujitsu. Let me simply. Let me do. I'll do 1-star Paris parry in turn. Nah.
Nope. And as his clawed fist sinks into your stomach with surprising, but perhaps not so surprising, brute strength, and you're knocked back a few spaces.
I want to try and barrier reef that.
Okay. I will say that will reduce the damage on Axel a bit, but he is going to punch straight through the reef and still knock him back a bit.
Alright.
So the reef is destroyed, but Axel, you'll only take, instead of 9, let's say you're going to take 6 damage.
Alrighty, and do I manage to not fall prone?
You
like
don't
I slide
prone.
to my knees, you know?
Yeah, you don't actually fall prone anyway, because the thing is that as he punches you and you're, straight through this reef and you're stumbling back, from this wall, a large spike made of pure shadow grows, turns into a lance, and as you're knocked back, tries to launch towards you. Oh, but, however, thanks to the barrier reef cushioning the blow just enough, Axel, you manage to twist your body around to kind of roll with the punch, and in doing so, see the spear. I imagine your eyes widen and twist around it right as before it would have hit you.
He manages to slide just over here, the nick of time.
Voya.
Alright, everybody. So, this is the most I've needed to think about a Voya turn in some time.
More than 5 years old?
So
Oh, holy shit!
I won't lie. We're 5 stars old right now.
Yeah.
So, Voya has steeled herself to show Albakairos that, despite her age, she is a force to be reckoned with. That's why she has not eaten yet. She does not want to stoop so low as to destroy his life's work. In the future, this could very easily change. Currently, she thinks that it would make her mom happy. That arm is on her, though, and it looks rather tasty.
No, my clone, don't do this to me, no!
So
you can always give it the classic Voyo resist roll.
Oh, Soleil.
Come on, Voya, come on.
You know what? Let's do something very humorous.
Yeah.
I have a couple of clauses from Voya's sheet. Several of Voya's abilities allow her to gain frenzy stacks. Frenzy stacks increase her rolls and damage by 1 per stack. So let's give her 1d20 plus 3 resist roll. Okay.
No, you're resistant. Yeah, you're good.
My clone may get to live.
She has yet to consume. However, Iris, I would like to ask you. Alba Kairos, would Voya know that Alba Kairos has the capability to, like, kill this party?
Like, do you mean just based on what she knows of him, like, from before?
Yeah, and or this start of the fight.
I think, Voya, that rather than knowing anything specifically in that direction, you would know that anybody who, in the Shadow Realm, who goes by the title of an apex predator, is extremely deadly and dangerous for at least some reason. Whether or not they're able to, like, win against the party in a full-on fight, you're not sure, but capable of winning, you believe so.
Alright. In this moment, Voya thinks through what she has as options. Her form currently, she realizes, is probably the weakest link she has. It is fast, but she needs to be faster. It is strong, but she needs to be stronger. Her form currently is that somewhat of a sort of dark priest, nearly. Partially because, yes, she was a part of Simulacrum for a time. Partially because she has a great interest in the Shadow Realm, but in this moment, that is not what is necessary. I never thought I'd say these words, but I would like to use 5-star Tenomorph to basically completely shift Voya's body into less of that of a human, nearly more that of a dog. One that can jump and climb on walls, what with the climbing that she has shown that she can do as of current. And I'm just gonna give you a roll, and we're gonna see as a community what happens, okay?
Yeah, give me a roll.
Voya.
Well, I don't know exactly how Axel's stars work, but considering
it specifies that you can think of it as a 5-star version of an ability is like turning a regular ability to a once per combat level.
Yeah, I see.
Hey, can I switch the resist rolls in this, please? Can I just do that?
Yeah. Ooh, Voya. Here's what I'll give you. Because you're spending the 5 stars on this, I'm gonna say you're struggling to make it happen. You've never transformed yourself so radically before, and this is coming from an unfamiliar source of power to you, but you will be able to transform soon, but it's taking you a bit. It's not fully happening yet.
Okay. I understand. I comprehend your words. However, Voya in this state, I think, would be solely focused on this is what is required to save the lives of my friends. So, I would like to spend an additional 2 stamina, and by God, Iris, you'll never guess what I'm going to be using as a shadow art. I should not have rolled for that because it's not rolled shadow arts as of current. So that's basically a wasted 20. That fucking blows.
But it makes it more epic, is the thing.
It makes it totally epic.
It makes it more totally epicer. And All right. Basically, we're going to Voya's currently in Voya's using her install. She would eat the floor if she were disrespectful of Alba Kairos, and currently she is not. Perhaps again it is foolish, but that is me.
So, to be clear, right? So essentially you're using it as this shadow action to like try to help it along and happen sooner?
Help it along, have it happen sooner, act as another burst towards that state.
Yeah. All of you see at this point a shadowy vortex beginning to encompass Voya as she seems to be charging up or beginning the transitionary phase into something. You're not sure, but you sense potent darkness from her direction. Is that you? All right.
That's me.
Lila.
All right. Lila's turn. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start by spending some, well, first I'm gonna do my, start of round stuff. Because that is important. And then, I'm going to be spending some shadow to once again use the, Cloak of Darkness shadow effect. Shoot out a tendril, this time shooting out and wrapping around one of, Alba Kairos' wings and trying to pull him just a little bit closer to her.
Okay.
Spin to the shadow and to give that a roll.
Alright, the tendrils lash out and grab one of his wings, and you see he is a bit distracted as he looks down towards Voya, sensing just the power welling within her, and as such, you do manage to yank him back a bit this way.
Alright, and as soon as he is pulled into range, main action, a much more defined, much more potent tentacle comes up, wraps around basically his entire body and is going to pull him further back towards the abyss. And unlike the last tentacles that were more spined, more focused on draining his essence for Leela, these ones seem to be moving faster, stronger, more precisely, as I'm going to be spending 10 shadow on giving +2 to the roll for this. So that's an 18.
Ooh, okay.
Which...
So the tendrils drag him in, and you're following up with more of your abyssal tentacles, and I assume these are still heavily enhanced. Yes.
Yes, these are enhanced. It's I did specifically the +2 to the roll, so it's a different type of tentacle, so to speak, which would, with a good roll, basically pull him further back into the abyss, as well as restrain him, so he would need to make an escape roll to get out of it.
Gotcha, understood. Alright, I'm gonna give him chunky of damage, and he is partially pulled in, though, you know, he is quite large, so even with that roll, he's not super restrained, but, like, you've definitely got him somewhat tangled up there for a potential peony follow-up, perhaps.
Yeah, and then my tap the tank action.
Oh, of course, yes.
I'm going to throw out a funny dark possession on his staff, so that the next time he uses that, I can half force him to use it again on himself. So
can you two shut up? Jesus Christ!
No, there's the bad roll.
I'm sorry.
Bad roll.
Sorry.
Hey, would you like to roll a d12?
Oh, I would love to.
Roll. You should do that. Roll a d12, my friend.
It's a 5.
Oh well.
Damn.
Unfortunately, that part of it is not going to work, Lila.
That is fine though. That is the extent of that. And then funny
Oh, wait, what person?
funny summons are they are going to, you know what they're gonna do is Terror and Edge are going to come up to Lieutenant Harrier and just sort of like try and, you know, do various like squawking and like each hop onto a different one of her shoulders to try and, you know, grasp in, get purchase, and try and basically lift her up to get on top of the bookcase.
Oh, right. Thanks, guys. She looks to them.
So I will give them. Do you want me to give them individual rolls or just one collective roll?
Yeah, sure.
Up to you. Which one?
I'll have them do a collective Terror and Edge working together.
Okay.
No, they are not strong enough.
No.
They try and lift
Yeah.
and they cannot.
The thing is, you know, sensing Lila's usual sensibilities of like, well, I don't want to hurt anybody here. They're trying to get purchase on like just her tight-fitting military outfit. It's not working. They probably would have the strength if they, you know, sunk their claws in, but they don't want to do that. So
Yeah.
it's just you know, Harrier's like, all right, anytime now, as they're just trying to flap and nothing's happening.
Exactly.
And then Blasphemy's just gonna run over here and be ready.
He's cheering them on, yeah.
Yeah. That's my turn.
All right, Peony.
Alrighty. Time for me to give him the BAP. Parentheses big. She's going to first this time try to actually punch him. Maybe now that she's less clinging to Voya, she'll have an easier time of this.
Hey!
Oh, boy.
Yeah, easier time of this. Does not give me prof, but that is good. That clears off my roll bonus.
If you grab her theme, please.
Yeah, I got it. Up.
And honestly, here's the thing, James. If you don't want it to give prof, that's fine. But I'd say that because with the upgrade you are using like the pain stacks in there, you're infusing it with your epithet. I'd say
I'll take
that's
little
fine.
old Prof 51. Hell yeah.
Well, and you know what, Peony? What do you know? By utter
By
coincidence,
Talos.
you happen to get a little something.
One roll chart entry at a time. Both roll requirements for roll 20s and the chart increased by 1.
Thank you.
Ooh la la! I'll copy that into my sheet in a second. So she fucking reels back with an icy fist and just punches directly into him.
And as he is currently restrained, he does not react in time as you punch it directly into his thick skull. How much damage is this? It's 5, so it'd be 10.
Yippee. And then while he's still pinned and having, you know, a slow time to reacting, you know, uppercutting the fist and then down punch with the fucking magic stick. Whirl around that. Ooh, peony roll.
Well, that unfortunately, going back to the classic peony roll, that one's only gonna bip him for like 1.
But that's fine, because there's, you know, the funny tapping of the tank, so I get another action here.
Yeah,
it's true.
So she realizing maybe being next to this man isn't the smartest thing, she's going to gracefully slide along the railing here, joining up with her buddies, and then oceanic ice blast him with, you know, oceanic light magic, because that's been doing well for her lately. But not so much.
It's a 4.
It is a 4. Oh, but with my upgrade, I got the roll bonus activated, actually, so it's a 5.
Yo.
Holy shit. With a 5 peony,
Thanks,
I'm gonna say you grace him for 1.
Yippee! I'll take my costs, madame.
It's not nothing.
It's not nothing.
It's not nothing.
Donovan can never.
Yep. So, on Albakairos' turn. First of all, again, because he's so big, I'm going to give him that roll to try to snap away from these tendrils. Ooh, he's still in there a decent amount. However, he can still wave his staff. It's about time we begin wrapping this up. He waves his staff and is going to use a extremely powerful shadow manipulation technique. As all of you suddenly notice the room get noticeably darker. With a 16, Lila, similar to the constructs you create, these shadows begin merging, coalescing into a giant black hole-like vortex in the center of the room, which then suddenly there is a cry like the harrowing caw of a crow as it spreads large dark wings, forming something that looks not too dissimilar from something like Edge or Terror, but like much bigger. This creature flies around the room, and as it does so, he is spending the full 7 on this, and as such, it flies around the room, creating, like, with each beat of its wings, several long, sharp, shadowy spears that are going to crash towards everybody. I'm going to give individual rolls for the spears themselves. Let's say 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, well, a lot of them are low, thankfully, but the one that was aimed at Harrier was a crit.
Yikes.
So, Harrier, I'm going to say, takes 10 from this.
She'll try and dodge, but there's a crit. Yeah, no, get hit, buddy.
And, in addition, Lila and Peony are going to be taking 5 each.
Alright. For my sake, I imagine I wouldn't reduce all of it regardless, but what type of damage?
This would be shadow damage, but again, because this is such a potent technique, I'm going to say, like, you can reduce it by, like, 2 to 3, but it's not totally negated.
I will spend Foreshadow and Shade Step that, then.
Alright.
No. That's a 3.
Unfortunately not. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I'll take my 5.
Lila's rolls, like, it's in stark contrast to how we begun this arc, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Finally, the bird completing this attack screeches again and is going to dive bomb down on Harrier and the rest of these guys.
Yeah.
I will give that one final. I'll give that one final roll. The one was that roll anyway, so they avoid it. But continue.
Yeah, exactly. As so this is the bird, right?
Yeah, it's coming down towards them.
Yeah. The bird soars down from the sky and would miss Harrier in this case, as she quickly jumps to the side here. Not looking good, by the way, if you can see that stamina bar. Let me make sure you can. Yeah,
we can see it, yeah.
Not looking all too great.
That's bad.
I couldn't see it for a second.
As she jumps to the side. However, as that bird streams down and explodes in a mess of shadow and goo, all of a sudden, from the opposite end of the room, instead of from where you guys are down to Harrier, back from around where you entered this room, suddenly, you'd hear a sound like fired fireworks as all of a sudden, blasting through the door, 1, 2, 5, damn it, missiles instantaneously burst through the door, volatilely rumbling and zooming before they all, in like a star-like pattern, go. One hits Albakairos on the shoulder, one sort of hits by one of his legs, one goes and clatters against his staff, and all of them explode in a horrific mess of fire and debris. As, by the door itself, now slowly swinging open, smoking from all of the missiles fired through it. A familiar face to some of you barges into the door. We got him, monkey! The military said they'd let us off the hook if we came and helped you guys, so let's sink him! As he aims his cannon yet again towards him, Monkey fist pumping in the air with like a woo woo kind of like excited thing. That was the right guy, right? I hit the right one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Awesome.
who is this bitch?
He attacked our submarine while we were on our way down here initially, and then we fought him and threw him in the brig, and I guess now he's out of the brig and helping us.
He seems wise and sagely.
Captain Zach's out of the brig, all right. And I'm here, walked on my own 2 legs across that whole library-like thing.
Oh, we could have just walked?
Well, I mean, I had to, like, jump and there was, like, a whole thing where there was, like, all the bookcases. This doesn't matter! As he, turns up to face Alba Kairos. You're the one we gotta take down.
Your point.
As the smoke and fire fades from his form, you just see his single eye glowing brightly as darkness continues to coalesce around him. Impudence. Another especially obnoxious trespasser in my domain.
Hey, Iris. The clone was spotted. Pod shot him.
That's great, James.
Well, let's get going. Oh, wait. Hold on. Never mind, hold on. Forget my crit name. Now, who the hell is this?
He says that. Albucairo says that. The clone spawns in and just immediately opens fucking fire. I'm not gonna give it the full damage because you've used the magic stick a few times, but still, it hits him.
Meanwhile, back here in old Zach's territory. It's getting a little closer, eh? As, he starts walking forward, right? Taking advantage of the opening given by the peony clone. He takes his full movement action with a 1, 2, 3, 4. Points over to Alba Kairos as from his dreadnought submarine armor, from the sides of its arms, a set of 3 torpedoes emerge, rumbling on his arm. Let's go for a rocket punch! And he's gonna go for fucking Davy Jones Thrasher, his basic attack, using 3 torpedoes from his passive to send himself flying towards Albacairos. So let's go ahead and grab this guy, I put his kid in here, so, Davy Jones Thrasher. Shit!
Albacairos silently and motionlessly summons forth a shadow to just deflect the attack. Glaring, seething with rage. Interlopers.
Monkey, go! Use your quick and nimble movements to get to him faster. As Monkey goes for a little salute, and he's gonna jump and sort of go by Voya. Yeah, hey, what's up, Apollo?
Wow, it's Apollo. So, has Albacairos moved at all?
Yeah, he's been walking back and forth a bit, and he got dragged into here, and is currently somewhat held in place by dark tentacles.
Okay, so just pacing back and forth, not much to temper it, shock him then.
Listen, they can't all be, young, spry, mobility-focused characters.
Kids and your movement gimmicks.
And your dash attacks.
So Apollo is going to Blue Mind on Axel, which would also hit Peony himself. It's a +2, so it's a 6.
I will roll a 12, my friend.
Okay. As a 5.
Damn. You still got the higher roll, so I don't know if a 6 does anything, but...
Oh, let's see. He's trying to heal Axel, right?
Yeah.
I'll
Which by
say
extension would heal everyone, or the group.
Oh, okay. I'll say Axel heals 2, but that's it. Doesn't heal anybody else.
Fair T-heck enough.
I'll take it.
You essentially just transferred 2 of your stamina, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna hold my... Oh no, I'm not holding my action. That's my action. So that's my turn.
Alright, Axel.
Alrighty. Let me double check. Ooh, he is just barely out of my reach. But that's fine. I will...
Give the classic move action.
It's insane. The classic move action.
Classic move action.
Mommy, a move action, please.
Alrighty. Yeah, we'll go for it. I'm gonna use London Knuckle. This is gonna be the standard version, so he will get his general. Ooh, that's bad.
Unfortunately not. He is now, if any, the attack from earlier, you can tell he has definitely been fucking damaged a lot from that and by the rest of you, but he still seems to have woken up slightly as he inclines his neck to the side and avoids your attack.
Alright, I do have one other action. This is my last round of, Oh, wait a second. Right. I can actually just get up here because of the movement boost from Tap the Tank. I'm silly. That's fine. That failed, but I have one other action. Tap. I'm gonna go in... for a... No-star... California Eagle. He has adapted to this.
At least a little bit. How much damage at base?
It is 2, 3 times, a total of 6, and also I knock him back 3 spaces as I follow him. I don't know if you'll prorate that, but
yeah,
maybe
because
more
the tentacles are also dragging him, you'll get a space of knockback for sure.
Perfect. Then I will attempt another Star Impact. He's also adapted to this. That'll be 4 damage.
All right.
And then
he seems to be getting wise to your sort of style, Axel, but you're still hitting him for now.
Yeah, as I begin to charge my fist, like I'm about to deliver, a powerful London Knuckle or something, right? Suddenly Axel is going to fake him out by pulling a move much more ridiculous than anything he's seen so far. We're doing it, baby. We're making it happen. We're going for the move! 5-star Aspire.
Oh boy. Alright. Well, walk me through this if you don't mind.
Yep. Luckily, because nobody is next to me or near me, it's like boop, 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 boop. Da da da. That one doesn't matter. That one doesn't matter. Boop. And you sort of get the gist. So he's getting hit by 4 of them, and being launched back here, hopefully, further into the garden.
This definitely stumbles him back for sure.
And it will be, let's see, 11 times 4. It should be 44 damage. However, considering the fact that it is a bunch of subsequential hits, I wouldn't be. I would fully understand if he only took full damage from the first 2 and then started adapting or something.
Yeah, I'm definitely. It's not gonna be full 44, but it's not gonna be prorated a ton either. I mean, this is just a very huge, massive hit. you punch into him, Axel, and like besides this, besides the torpedoes, I'd say this is the first move that more than just withering him down really shakes him. He bends over like harshly hunched and almost loses his grip on his staff as his claws slide against it, and the tentacles wrap around him all the tighter as he just crumbles from this attack.
Yeah. Axel sort of gets up, heavily sweating, sort of brushes a little out from around his brow, and puts his fist up again. That's his turn.
All right. He is starting to look a little bit bad, Lieutenant Harrier.
As it gets to her turn, the fish flakes from Tap the Tank are 6 stamina, yeah?
Yes, but Apollo ate those.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So that's gone.
Sorry, but Num Num
So
Cookie.
fuck you, Lieutenant Harrier.
Yeah.
Die.
Yeah, well, considering what Albacairos just did and the fact that she can, or rather that he can fucking attack from anywhere, she's going to try and play it safe here, and she'll double move to grab this one for 6. Which will heal her, well, for 6. So she's living. And that'll be her, because that would be main move, so.
Albacairos is panting heavily now. Interlopers! He stands up, pulling against the tendrils with all his might. This will just be to physically resist them. No, they're holding him pretty bad, even now. He is going to try to use shadow bending purely as a means to just force Lila, your dominion of the shadows, to obey his will and just separate from him. Oh boy. Lila, your ability is dismissed, I'm gonna say. He is paying a hefty cost to do it, but with a 20, he is gonna just completely banish the abyss.
Okay.
Which has never even come close to happening before Lila, but again, his dominion over the dark is unparalleled.
You have no right to call us interlopers when you mean to create a permanent path and entryway from the Shadow Realm into our world.
And yet, you do not have the power to stop it. He raises his staff and then smashes it down onto the ground, and he is going to use this on... I think it'd be Axel, yeah. Axel, appearing around you, is one of these. You are fully fucking paralyzed, basically. Somebody else around you can disrupt this magic circle and free you, but but for you to break out would be very difficult.
Can I attempt?
You take 5 shadow damage. Also, what, Apollo?
Of course.
Can I attempt to hook, line, and sinker him out of this circle before it's fully formed, or is it an instant thing?
You can try it. I think it'll be very difficult to just fully avoid, but it might get you something. Oh, but with extremely quick reflexes, Apollo. Like, basically, like, in this moment, you are simply making a couple of assumptions, right? You are assuming that, given his stance, he is about to do something, magic in nature, right? And just because of how hard Axel just hit him, you simply assume, you make the hard read that it's being used against him. And as such, Axel, I'm going to say you still take 3 of the shadow damage, and the circle is still formed, which means, you know where it is, so I won't turn it invisible, but it will still act as a trap. However, it does not actually form around and contain Axel.
Yippee!
Thanks, pal. Oh my god.
How is this possible?
Power friendship.
Get good.
So, Voya, I'll say at this point, your transformation completes. It might not be the most powerful thing of all time, but it is hopefully powerful enough. Scarlet is muted.
Sorry. I like being muted so that my clicks of the keyboard aren't heard. So, Iris, I would like to present a counter-argument in the form of the shadow action that she's now going to release. And just... Unless you're already counting that, actually.
I'm sort of counting that along with it. Like, you're getting it. You're not going, like, fully fucking, like, crazy mode, like, with your, outclass or something. But, like, it is a definitely, like, you look fucking cool, to be honest. You look like like how you do now, but, like, with the 4 legs, massive claws, and, like, the jaw open, lined with drooling teeth.
Except... Now, she has that dog in her.
She's not that dog. That dog has come back down from the heavens and is in you now.
Exactly.
He lives in you,
He's in you at the moment.
So, I would like to, bring up something. Darren the Shadow Williams and the ability that Voya got from him. It has not been written because you are all very busy people, and I wanted to work closely...
Yeah.
Hmm?
Oh, sorry. The Discord blipped for a second. Say again?
You're all very busy people, and you were all fucking drowning in Bifrost work, and I didn't want to be like, can you do my thing now? So, take this as a proto-ability, as... what will eventually bloom into Darren the Shadow Williams' shadow art, I do not mind.
Yeah.
I am simply saying, I assume it is a main action, flavor it how you will, and here is the roll.
Well, I want to ask you, Scarlet, because I know this is a proto-ability that we're meant to work with you. But what do you want out of it? What did you take from the Darren fight? What level of shadow expertise did Voya gain from this?
Oops, sorry. What are you going for?
I want to, around the world punch Albuquerque.
I see.
Mini around the world, perhaps. Around the room, maybe. But
I think we can do that.
I think we can do a we can do a
I think we can do that. Voya, perhaps not of the level of speed to truly enter the fast lane. Perhaps not of the level of speed to leave behind several million after images in your wake. But still, plenty, blindingly fucking fast. You dash around this room, potentially even outside of it, into some of the previous chambers you've journeyed through, before you appear, as if teleporting, behind Albacairos, the peony clone, literally hanging on for dear fucking life. Like Tom and Jerry, like, skin rippling off, as this is happening. You appear behind him, and you may flavor your attack however you'd like.
She, at this point, bloodlust or survival instinct, she just grabs onto one of his wings and tears at it with her colossal, now sharper clawed gauntlets.
You tear into his wing, and and there are loud ripping and tearing noises. His wings are tough. This is the wings of a dragon, Voya, and yet still, with how decayed they are and how strong you are doing considerable damage to it, and blood is flowing from his side where the joint meets. Ah! Gah! And I'm gonna say you do a hefty, I'll say that's like a hefty 12 damage to him.
All the while, as she tears up the wing, Iris, I have bad news. She has to have a good meal, and
does.
those wing pieces are looking mighty scrumptious. So just keep that in mind.
I will say the lifesteal, the properties is another matter, but the lifesteal you get from doing so is essentially will cancel out the cost of doing this.
Okay. Now that I think about it, that would have been a 19, but same difference, really. Would you say that that would be a main action?
I'd say so, yeah.
Well, Iris, you fucking idiot. If you'll recall, main action shadow arts actually are bonus actions, and you can die.
That is true, but in this instance, I'm gonna say it's a main action because I'm sort of incorporating like your big transformation you charged up into this to do like a big super attack, basically.
Okay.
I'd say in this case it was a main action.
Understood. Understood. More than fair. But, well, in that case, she can still use a bonus action shadow art, correct?
Sure.
Alright. To cap off the, Indeed, let's do this. To cap off the incredible barrage while she's tearing into Alba Kairos, she just with a gesture focuses for a moment, and I'm going to use space-time eradication, Cynthia's shadow art, to create a black hole, and you just need to deal with that.
I certainly do. I assume on top of him.
Yeah. Correct.
So, on top of this insanely crazy assault Voya just pulled off, just a black hole engulfs Alba Kairos suddenly and is just tearing into him for even more damage.
So, my final act for the turn will be near instinctually, knowing that she will be the largest target now. She whips her head to the side to get the peony clone off of her and digs. There we go, Voya. There's the apex, I know.
Alright, you burrow.
Alright.
Did you say the peony clone's coming with you, or was
No, she shook it off.
Okay, gotcha.
Plops on its ass.
I'll be real. I'm gonna say that peony clone takes 3 wind force speed damage.
All right. That is officially the end of Voya's turn. Thank you.
And before we start your turn, Lila, like, I imagine she would hesitate in this situation anyway, because I'm not gonna lie to you, he is, like, clutching his staff, only it still held aloft as he is just on the floor, bleeding, retching, growling from this, almost. And he rears back, and you hear a strange gurgling sound for a moment, as his whole body convulses slightly, and then, with a slight retch, he spits out a glob of reddish purple blood on the ground, as trails of it leak from the jaws of his decaying skull. The taste of blood. I had almost forgotten it. The darkness in the room surges suddenly. The ritual fading away that he had created a moment ago, all the candles at last being fully extinguished as the shadows begin traveling towards him, like as if summoned by a foul wind, and he is the eye of the hurricane. It swirls, and after a moment, he places a clawed hand against the wooden planks under him, and you hear, Lila in particular, you hear a sickening, squelching noise as his very thin, withered arms bulge slightly, growing, swelling. A deep, guttural growl of rage is issued from within him as he slowly begins to grow He grows more, slamming his other hand down, his staff toppling to the side, discarded next to him, as the entire balcony underneath him cracks, buckles slightly, and after a moment, he falls entirely down off of it, smashing through the railing. The rest of you barely even keeping your footing in the meantime. And after a few more moments, as darkness encompasses everything you can see, he grows larger and larger, his wings fully spreading out, dislodging from their points in his back. And you see before you, still Albakairos, but something quite a bit larger.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
There he is.
Dark flames surround him, and the temperature in this room harshly increases as billowing from his form is pure darkness and flame alike. And as he spreads his wings, rather than saying anything, if he even still has the capability to speak, he instead issues a deafening roar. As now, this passive is active. Soul-devouring rage. Deep within his foul and festering soul, Albakairos bears the resentment of ages, ancient grudges that span millennia. He is only capable of suffering the presence of ignorant fools for so long before his anger boils to the surface, his long dormant instincts resurfacing once more until they eclipse his pragmatic intellect. When Albakairos reaches 50% stamina, or when his rage is suitably stoked by the vile trespassers in his library, he begins transforming back to his primal draconic form, growing much larger and unfathomably powerful. While in this state, all damage he takes is harshly reduced, and all of his rolls have advantage. However, he loses access to all of his core abilities and can only use his enraged abilities. This transformation cannot be undone or shaken off by any known means, and lasts for an indeterminate amount of time. Escape is your only option.
You think we should fight him? Something tells me escape's our only option, but like I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we should like just run ahead quickly, see if we can disturb this ritual. Just let him do this for now.
Do we like start a fire? See if that distracts him?
He's gonna be
You say that, Apollo. Some of the books nearest to him that have spilled out onto the floor are already kind of starting to catch fire.
He's not going to be happy about that.
Right.
So yeah, it's Lila's turn.
Okay. Here's a thought. I have an idea of how to handle this. So we're going to start with a double check my action and stuff. But yeah, we're going to do a. Well, actually, first. Let me do my before I forget again. Start of turn stuff. So, yeah, we're going to do a quick Queen's Disciples to summon 3 to 5 small shadow birds. See how that goes.
That's
Yep,
16.
you can summon some guys.
Yeah. Spend my stamina and where are they?
I'll be real, the summon gang down here, they're looking at this like they're not up for this.
Yeah.
They're wanting to get the fuck out of here.
Summon some funny small birds, specifically so that they can go out and basically fly around and be a minor nuisance to Albakairos to potentially distract him for an action. So they will be going out and doing that. Leela is going to... alright. Over here. 4, open door. See what's behind door number 1.
Alright.
What's behind door number 1?
Soleil, if you'll reveal, please.
Of course. Don't worry, I'll handle the revealer. Up. Boop.
Okay, it's gonna be Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. She can get
You all see
here.
the shadow birds fluttering around his head, and he growls and tosses it back and forth towards them.
And then we are going to just because I assume this bookcase is like stand upright and kind of in the way of behind there.
Yeah, it's kind of in the way of this door, at least.
All right. Layla is going to we're gonna swift action spend some shadow to do the cloak of darkness thing and summon some tendrils and try and basically shove it over this way so it's out of the way.
Understood.
Here's the roll for that. 2.
Ugh. Unfortunately, Lila, the shadows are acting a bit unpredictably in this area right now.
All right,
You'll need a bit more time.
Well, this door it is. Open door. Because I'm going to just spend my my tap tank action to double move, basically.
Yep.
Yep, I'll get that again. I'll just handle the reveal. It might take a second, because, yeah, but...
You got it. Thank you.
Okay, it just goes across.
Yeah, we'll just make this a little more clear.
4, 5, 6, 8. She can get up to here. And that is... that, as for the funny summons, yeah, they're just gonna start running.
Yep. You go ahead and move them in the meantime, then. We'll go to his turn. He is, again, kind of distracted by the shadowy birds right now, but he is going to try to wave, flick his tail up towards them. Yeah, they're all dead. He instantly, with a precise strike, shreds all of them. And kind of at the same time, collapses all of the surrounding bookshelves around him too, sending them flying. He then turns and glares at the rest of you. Hey, Peony.
It's alright, I gotta turn off of them, guys.
Yippee!
Yeah. Let me get rid of your guys for you. Or is it the guys on the side?
Not those guys, not those guys.
Oh, it's the other
It was
one.
the guys hovering above them,
Oh, I'm dumb. I'm sorry. Well, where there's a will, there's another door to go through.
And by God, is there a will here?
Can I, if you're also planning on running Peony, can I ask, is everybody else, would you all consider yourselves in full retreat at this moment? Is anybody planning on staying?
If you consider exploring further up here, full retreat, then yeah.
Yeah, like, not just getting away from him right now. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
It's just, when I hear full retreat, I think, I'm like, well, I don't mean retreat
No.
back.
No. I mean away from him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Full
anybody
on
planning on staying?
I think Voya is.
Okay. In that case...
Iris looks through her passive list to see what can convince her otherwise.
I think in that case, we are going to transition to an action scene. Voya, we will get back to you in a moment, but Peony and the rest of you, you may start running wherever you'd like.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Axel teleports to Leela. Let's stick together. Monkeys, we gotta get out of here.
We gotta...
Door swing open.
I was just gonna squish through around this side. There's nothing.
I assume you want Urpel to be coming back.
Yes, Urpel into Peony's arms. Underarm carry.
And just as a small thing as it's going, right? Captain Zack turns to Alba Kairos. Sayonara, great mythical beast! As he gives a little, two-finger salute, and is going to, feed him to the animal projectile, right? As he's going to attach 3 torpedoes to himself, firing the opposite direction to rocket jump as he fires this up, up to the balcony. So I'll give that a roll, Yeah. And
go ahead.
I could roll which one it is, or I could just grab one. I'll just grab one. I know which one I want. Yeah. So, you know, as Zachary rocket jumps up, you know,
It's pogging out of its mind.
yeah.
It goes like, as it's just smashed into the fucking paste. Voya, what exactly is your plan?
So, that is an amazing question. So, while underground, she's been, like, semi-following the spooky sounds above, not fully knowing what's happening. However, upon her bursting out, still having that dog in her, potentially trying to use her eat action to maybe eat some of the below ground rocks, assumedly, to maybe not die in one shot from him. I can roll for that if you want.
Yeah, give me a roll. I'll say heal 7 from that.
Alright. And then upon hopping out, upon seeing everyone running, she knows that running is the smart idea. However, much to the chagrin of the group, Voya is 5 years old.
No.
Seeing Alba Kairos in this state would, she would basically run around him and try to grab onto, I imagine he has a tail.
Yes.
And that would be very distracting. I will get to the Schworms.
Like an annoying fucking cat, you start swatting and grabbing onto his tail, and he roars deafeningly in response.
So, Penny mentioned the Schworms. I don't think they're coming out. I don't think in this situation they're coming out of the fucking pit.
Well, do you have... I'll let you do one more thing, but then he's gonna retaliate, and we're gonna keep going.
Alright. One more thing. You know what? She has successfully gotten the tail. However, perhaps he will have a greater problem if Voya is on his back instead. So, prioritizing staying on the tail, like if he starts fucking whipping it around, we're instead holding on to that, but attempting to get onto his back. Here's a roll for it.
You climb up onto his back as he writhes and, like, lunges back and forth.
Alright. That's me, I do believe. Hit me with your best shot.
You being on his back, Scarlet, I'm not gonna lie, is a very good idea. Yes. However, he is going to try and twist his neck around and take a deep breath before you sense, before all the cold in the room seems to get sucked into him and turn to devastating heat. Before writhing back, he exhales.
No!
Now, as I said, because here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest. If you took the full 100 damage this would deal, you would die. However, you are on his back, which is I literally was keeping in mind in case this happened. It is going to hit you glancingly, despite being a crit, and because a lot of the damage is shadow damage, and you're Voya, I'm gonna say you can be up at 1. But otherwise, but it is clear to you in this single blistering instant, as Voya is sent over here, that this is no Balrog situation, Voya. You are not going to be able to fight this thing. This, in your mind, this is the apex of the Shadow Realm. Like, this is one of the original ancient shadow dragons, and you are... Even in your 5 years old mind, I think that makes it pretty fucking clear the situation you're in.
Yeah, okay. So, in that case, the camera watches as Voya is enveloped in a plume of flame so bright that it tints the screen, so blistering that in order to accentuate it, instead of deafening sound, there is nothing. Voya hits this wall. Portions of her steel body, her true form, melting. She, in this state, again, actions speak louder than words. And after sitting there for a few anguished moments, a scream, perhaps said in a language that humans cannot hear, or simply just she doesn't have the energy to. She returns to her previous self, returns to what she once was, and that's clear as she gets on the floor for a few moments, and then dashes inside this room and starts eating the bookshelf.
and to make it clear, not only is this first room utterly engulfed in purple flames, even into this room, Lila and Axel, you felt the heat from that fire to the point where you almost thought it was hitting you for a moment. As this bookshelf is completely incinerated, this wall is partially collapsed. Zachary was like 1 inch from it, and he is making the correct expression.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, once again, full action scene. You guys do what you want.
Yeah.
If there is an obstacle in your way, obviously you have to stop and deal with it, but action scene.
Oh, come on, keep it moving!
Yeah, Voya's actually eating the bookshelf, you moron, you fool.
Give me a roll.
You can eat through a sub, you can eat through a bookshelf!
Munch.
While Leela and Axel are like
You can heal
squeezing
3.
through into this door, Voya just eat.
Voya's so upset she's making train sounds.
And we can reveal both the hallway Peony's entering. I'll get the big room, you get the hallway if you would.
Gotcha. Alright.
While you enter this room, there's some guys. They see you and initiate combat.
Oh, hold on, Peony. Can you give me a roll real quick as you run by that?
Oh yeah, sure.
No. Oh no, Peony, no. Oh my
Peony?
god.
Peony.
What
Yeah.
the hell?
You describe it, Iris. Go ahead.
Peony, you feel it. That tingling on the back of your neck. This instinct, it's familiar. As you suddenly, observation hacky, Dark Souls iframes dodge this thing as it tries to grab you.
I am going to kill you! I just punch it.
You kill him.
Huffing and puffing.
What the fuck was that?
Those are the things from the hell. Urple bite me. Urple bite me. I need to become normal again.
He nibbles.
That's gonna make you normal?
These
Fine. The whimsy's back.
These creatures start approaching and kind of getting in the way as you hear incredibly loud shaking and thudding coming from behind. He starts partially blasting his way through this wall.
No, come on, we don't have forever!
Okay, time to run.
Axel spends his remaining star to increase his move speed so that he's faster.
The dark orbs that assumedly sail in your direction miss, thankfully.
Yeah. I'm gonna fire one dark orb at Leela, of course with disadvantage, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one's gonna miss. This one's gonna head towards Zach. You know. Oh, what? What's up?
I assume it's this one, right?
It's the one closest to you that's firing this one at Zachary, yes.
I was wanting to do a bit where like the other party enters and the first thing they see is Voya like leaping up and catching that guy as though a bear to a fish.
Give me a roll.
So
then.
can I just roll the 8? Oh no. That's a 7, but that's not much better than a 4.
Well,
Opens door.
Remind me,
wow, like
what's
a bear
your
feeling to eat fish.
what's your basic attack damage?
With the frenzy stacks, it would be 10 exactly.
Well, you see, with his 17, I'm gonna say he hit Zachary for the 6, right? Also inflicting him with a curse stack. However, 10, you said? Oh.
Yep. What a coincidence!
Like a bear successfully eating fish.
She also just takes this bookshelf and like switches the entire thing this way to move Zachary and everyone along before slamming it in front of the door to delay Alba Kairos for even a moment.
Leela is just gonna expend a small shadow tendril, grab this guy on the bookcase, and just throw him back towards where Alba Kairos is coming from.
Understood. Peony and Apollo and Harrier, what is your group doing?
Alright, Apollo is gonna bust through this fucking door, sees the giant goddamn worm, and is instantly gonna barrier reef to launch himself up, and then use his fishing string to create a harness for the worm so he can ride it.
No fuck.
Your monster hunter rising him?
Yeah.
Well, maybe not with those rolls.
Well,
Schooling.
10.
True. What do you say, Soleil?
He's a little unruly, right? And so to help out with that, right? If Peony and or Harrier, you know what? Harrier's gonna go. Yeah, you have something you can do. Harrier's gonna do something as well, as she's gonna use CQC takedown to try and help wrangle this thing and get it under Apollo's control.
And you see as you wrangle it, Peony with the bag of shrimps offers shrimp to the worm.
Oh.
We'll give a worm shrimp giving roll.
Shrimp.
Schooling and +2.
He's
from my
allergic.
rolls.
He swats it away.
No, but at least I have a. Well, no, my rolls went away because of that. So I got a 1 now.
Wow. Congratulations, Peony. You got a 1.
I got a +1 now.
Now, I imagine that with the assistance of Harrier, if nothing else, he's still slightly unruly, but you think you can ride him for a little bit before he gets the chance to try and retaliate.
Yippee!
Okay. Get on.
The rest of these guys you start running past, and as you properly get into this room, there is an earth-shattering sound as he also breaks through into this room.
Get!
Oh, and there's the 5. He takes a deep breath again. You guys have a chance to run. Go, 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 go!
Right.
Dodge roll!
Voya
Monkey
takes...
full speed! He fucking loads Monkey into his cannon and fires him, he smacks into the door, opening it, as Monkey lands snowballing on top of Axel as the both of them start falling down the stairs a little bit.
Oh god, they just keep rolling down.
As Leela's running...
These stairs go up, but you know what? Even so.
As Leela's running through the door, she just extends out a hand, just edge, blasphemy, terror to me, as they all effectively do the equivalent of shade stepping as they all become globs of shadow and zoom up to Leela.
Oh, one of them just got
One of them
sent to the-
disappeared.
there we go.
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
He was traversing the abyss.
Yeehaw! Let's ride that wormy.
Oh yeah!
Axel, you see this door above you, looming ominously, as
Monkey,
just as
monkey,
the
go!
rest of you are getting through the door. What's Voya doing?
As everyone gets through the door, Voya, I mean, everyone's closer to here now, so she jumps over the fucking bookshelves. Skin steel, still a bit red from the fire. She doesn't want that to happen again. She, like, takes both bookshelves and, like, forms them into a little arrow pointing this way so that it functionally acts as a shield for a precious few moments while she runs.
For a precious few moments, as in a moment, all of his love of knowledge and his hoard seemingly forgotten, this room is too engulfed in flame, the shield getting blasted aside, but even so, you managed to get through. And, you guys all managed to run up to the door, and, let me...
Our little primate friend, opens it for everybody, you know?
Yep. Let me, if you could start copying people, Soleil, I'd appreciate that.
Yep, I can do that right now.
This section is close to done, but not quite done.
Let him in.
As you all throw open this door, you are immediately, in contrast to the heat you were feeling coming from Albacairos, you immediately are hit with a wave of blistering cold and blowing wind, as it seems you're now outside. As soon as they're ready, you can move them over.
Oh, they should be ready, I think. And I believe this is all good.
All of you look around through a blinding snowstorm as you see that you are at the very, very peak of an incredibly tall, almost like unrealistically like cliff on top of this mountain. The building of the library itself kind of surrounding and integrated with it that you have just exited, and all around you in every direction is just darkness and more incredibly tall like mountains just that seem to go on forever.
Well, this isn't good. Where do we go from here?
I was not packed for this weather.
Baby man snuggles further into your jacket.
With
the point has to
with
be
baby
nearby.
Voya, this is the walls of the library itself.
Oh shit, okay. Sorry.
You can climb real good. You could potentially start climbing up there if you wanted.
Yeah, she wants to climb real good.
She starts climbing up. The rest of you start running around this path as in the distance just distant bolts of violet lightning clash among the mountain peaks.
This place seems kind of cool. Maybe
Apollo,
picture, actually.
as you as carefully as you can, weirdly, this now narrow path seems to be making the worm behave a little better, actually, and not move around so much.
I wonder why.
So that it doesn't fall.
Crazy.
You guide him carefully down the path with Harrier.
Yep.
But as you all run around there, and as Voya starts climbing, there's a thumping from behind the door.
Oh no.
Bursting through. And roaring deafeningly. This colossal creature begins giving chase.
Is Voya below his notice?
Give me a roll, Voya, to climb.
Climb like your life depends on it, little buddy.
Voya,
Yeah,
Voya, he snaps at your tail as you climb to the roof of the library and then onto the peak of the mountain itself before anyone else. And he growls, seeing the others move around. He keeps walking, each step deafening. each one sending pebbles of rock scattering down this seemingly, like, unending cliff below.
So where do we go next? Is this the end? Is this it?
Monkey makes a little whimpering noise as he gets to the top and realizes there's nothing left.
Uh-oh.
Alright.
Do we try to kick him off with, like lion style?
Maybe. Where's the ritual?
It's not here, Axel. This is the Shadow Realm.
Uh-oh.
Voya gets down into a charging motion.
As,
Oh, she can't stop us.
Harrier, quickly, still atop the worm, loads her gun, and starts trying to aim her shot at Alba Kairos. And I'm gonna have her roll for this to at least start charging him.
She starts taking aim as he comes around the corner. All of you, the ground, looks somewhat flat due to the asset, but you are at the literal peak of this enormous mountain, and while you can get your footing okay, it's not very even, and sheer cliffs are on every side. And as he comes around the corner, you all see the sheer weight of this enormous creature. You see cracks forming along the edges of this cliff, more rocks scattering down. As he slows down a bit, taking careful steps, as he glowers at all of you, blinded by rage.
And Voya's going to throw all of that gentleness away as she pounces best she can on his skull.
Give me a roll.
There we go.
You
Voya.
leap forward, grabbing each of his antlers and holding them. A bit surprised by the sudden attack, thinking he had you cornered, he snarls and rages, tossing his head back and forth, backing up slightly.
You know what? You're right! Fight back! You're gonna drown!
Yeah, let's get his ass.
What happens? What happens, Soleil?
Zachary runs up as Voya reels on his antlers. Zachary goes grabbing on to the other side, the other part of the antlers. Normally, this ability, he grabs someone, slams them into the ground, dragging them into a pool. But with how heavy Alba Kairos is, all Zachary manages to do is start pulling that side of his antlers down closer towards the ground. The ground rippling as if it could become water at any moment, but without that direct slam is never completely fully done.
More lightning flashes in the distance, silhouetting his wings against the surrounding cliffs. Peony first, and then Lila.
Peony, along with Peony Clone, are going to double ice blast him to try to help shovey him along. So we're gonna just one from Peony, one from the clone. Oh,
Peony. One from Peony. So
yeah, one from Peony.
For a moment, Peony, the ice literally turns to steam before it even hits him, with the amount of flames coming off of his body. But focusing with your clone and combining your magics, it's sort of a ramp-up effect. It's starting to... More and more of the ice is starting to bombard him as time goes on. Lila?
Yeah, and Lila very simply will look forward, and she's dealt with all manner of strange and off-putting and powerful creatures to some degree, things that don't normally fit into normal society, and something you learn when dealing with large creatures in particular is that the best way to make them fall over is to make use of their own weight. As Alba Kairos is standing here precariously at one of the thinnest points of this pathway along this cliff, the ground uneven and crumbling beneath him, a single tendril of shadow sneaks its way along the cliff edge, going down and around, and very, very simply wrapping around his front left claw, effectively, over by the cliff, and just very lightly and simply pulling it off of the ground and over edge next to him.
Give me a roll. And in fact, Lila, you don't completely pull it off just yet, but it is starting to unbalance him, starting to tug. He roars and snarls as this barrage of attacks hits him, and he rears back. He's going to try to counter with one of his own, but in so doing, stands up on his hind legs. And Lila, you see the ground beneath him crack, the claw you're pulling at becoming even more unbalanced as he goes for this. All of you may flavor as you wish how you avoid, as he brings his full weight down here, smashing into the top of the mountain, scattering boulders and rocks, creating essentially a slope that he starts to slide down.
Voya simply doesn't let go.
I want Axel to get around this in a very particular way. As in, I want him to Paris parry the spray of boulders, knocking them aside with one arm, to deliver another punch to keep sending him further down.
Give me a roll.
Alright, baby. There we go.
Oh, Axel, you parry these boulders and effortlessly retaliate, and now the ground is anything but even, having fully cracked and heaved under him. You all see cliffs and boulders flying. He rears back slightly, and you see he's trying to start flapping his wings instinctively, but decayed as they are, ratted and withered, you would get all see, you can all tell by seeing them move. Even in the ideal circumstance, you're not sure if they could fly, but at this angle, as boulders are hitting them, you're not so sure. Voya, you keep holding on. Apollo, do you do anything?
Yeah, Apollo is going to, One, he is going to, barrier reef, Albakairos' wings so that they are more heavily weighed down.
And then coral starts to grow.
He is going to jump from the top of the worm and try and land about where Albakairos' head is. And he's going to stick out his hand and use thermal homeostasis to blast his as basically try and blast his eyes with ice.
All right, give me a roll for that. Delilah, you're on your own unstable ground, honey. Get away from me. with no problem, Apollo, now blinded, now partially even grounded, you blow this ice into his eyes. And in this moment, in any unstable situation like this, there's a very clear line between unsteady and falling. And he crosses that line as he slips further down the cliff, writhing his arms, now trying to actively grab the cliff's edge and panic. But instead, being blinded and blinded both literally and by his rage that he is, he instead grabs what is simply the closest thing to him. Voya, as you hold on to him, weighing him down, one of his claws grabs you, and you both start falling.
Oh boy.
Can I try and help out?
Well, I want to give Voya the chance to do something first, but potentially.
All right.
What would she do? Frankly, can Axel go first?
Yeah, that's fine. All right, Axel, what do you do?
Basically, what I want to do, because I gained a singular star from that Paris parry, I want to Giza drop to jump down with them, right? Go over, grab Voya, and with the burst of like star energy forming sort of wings, just try and fling them back up so that we can suplex back here.
I got it.
And also, and as you go and help out too, I think this is the perfect timing. As Axel goes for this Giza drop, Harrier, having properly aimed, is also going to fire at Albakairos' hand to loosen his grip.
Ooh. Both of you roll.
I press that macro. It's rolling the dice.
Dude,
Eventually.
It is an auto crit success from the ability, but the 2 would lower its effectiveness.
This is looking
Both-
dicey.
Both of you, what I would say, managed to loosen the grip enough that Voya, you could probably slip out, but you're starting to go over that cliff. Ah! So at this point, you're out of his claw, but you're still falling.
Hook, line, and sinker.
I think
Roll a d12! Roll a d12!
Voya is very big and heavy.
in combination with Apollo doing that, we'll have Terror, Blasphemy, and Edge, and Delilah herself as well, come forward, and all of them are basically going to, in a way, sort of like spending Shadow to lightly modify their attacks as they all send out their own, like, tendrils of Shadow to grab onto Voya, and Delilah will send one out herself as well.
Alright. With these efforts combined, Voya, what do you do as your friends are reaching out to help you?
She takes a second. The pain, her metal still red, it is not looking good. But nonetheless, she manages 2 things. Number 1. She takes her, she flexes her muscles in such a way that all of the water that she ate in the submarine adventure comes out in a burst of steam, what with being so close to Alba Kairos. So that even if he wanted to, at this point, where Voya is a mystery. And she is far from the top of the mountain, but she has been kept exactly where she needs to be by the strength and determination of her teammates. She is going to use Hunter of the Dark to dash up the mountain, away from the dragon. There we go.
And with that, combined with everybody else reaching out with both Shadow, a hand, and a hook, you dash up more properly onto the cliff, and they grab you, pulling you to safety. And at that point, all of you watch a final deafening peal of thunder echoing throughout the mountain range as Alba Kairos, now falling, slides down the cliff, trying to dig his claws in, but this only dislodges more rocks, an avalanche of them starting. He roars, he snarls, trying to flap his wings to get a grip, anything, but he keeps falling. He falls entirely off this mountain, smashing against another, and then another, more rocks piling down onto him, and he falls further and further until he is entirely out of sight. You still, for a good several long moments, hear the just roaring and growling and pain as he falls, just hitting every stone on the way down, it sounds like, before finally, a final muffled, yet still incredibly loud as the thunder and lightning itself, thud. Portions of his library having even been taken down with him, books scattered down the mountainside. There is only the wind once again for a moment, before, after a few seconds, all of you panic for a moment as you see cracks starting to appear in the mountain itself around you. But it isn't cracks in the mountain, you realize. It is cracks of shadow, as, after a moment, you all once again find yourself somewhere else.
Yep, and give me a second.
Good job, friends.
Good job to everybody.
Very good.
As you all, the world of the Shadow Realm, sort of crumbling beneath you. You fall for a moment as described before. And let me go ahead and grab this one. Why not? Find yourself in, well, not quite familiar territory, but somewhere with familiar architecture. As, let me make sure of one last little thing before I actually shift you. I just need to make 100% sure. Yep, cool. Okay. You guys find yourselves here. In front of you, as you start coming to, you see this, what could be described as a sort of spell circle on the ground, right? In its center, an orb, spear, kind of leakage of energy in the middle, rumbling and crackling. You can see ethereal yellow strands of light going in this and that direction, outward from it, wavering in and out of existence, but fairly prominent at this point, as it lies there before you.
What do we do now?
Alright.
I think we break it.
Something... spell circles and Shadow Realm spell circle sort of thing is a little bit more in my wheelhouse. I should be able to help with this.
Right. We were gonna try and sync up with the other guys, right?
Yeah.
How do we know when they're ready?
Yeah?
I might be able to get in contact with them, but I also assume that Melagrano's on that.
Yeah, it's, there's Axel, Melagrano, Midgard. We have a couple ways of command. Zachary, sort of waltzes up over, right? How is this thing?
It's
Magic.
magic, yeah.
Magic, basically. Yeah. Magic we're trying to dispel.
Yeah, it's a okay, so it's a whole thing. Quick version, evil cult, attempted to overthrow US government in a way, big shadow portal ritual, we're trying to stop it.
This is happening, Peony Clone tries to nibble on it.
As you... the clone sort of nibbles, and the best way I can describe it is that it feels like it's teeth, right? Go against the spear, and it's kind of like a half electric shock as, it's like you're kind of initially batted away from biting it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's probably the central point of the magic, as it were. Might need to disrupt the circles as well, but once we get the go-ahead from the other groups, I think destroying that orb should mostly do the trick. I can work on disrupting the circles down here at the same time.
Brings out the pool cue chalk that he grabbed on the way in. If you need to draw anything, I snagged this.
That...
Oh, smart.
It might help, yeah.
Also, I don't know if it works like this, but my blood is technically full of eldritch energy. So if you need
have
that...
magic, you have magic, I have magic, looks to Axel. Do you have magic?
I punch real good.
The magic can punch real good.
Yeah, I'll be ready with
physical prowess.
And
yeah, I'll be ready with ultimate maximized punch for when we get the signal.
And Harrier has gun.
And she has gun.
I do have gun. Meanwhile, back by the door, Monkey sort of walks up to you, Voya, and is looking down, kind of taps you once or twice.
Voya is in a semi-catatonic state, but has been listening to the party and such. She assumes that if Voya's own blood, shall we say, is required, they shall ask of it. However, after a while, Voya stirs slightly and lets her instincts take over for but a moment as she sits up, stretches, still in dog mode, and then just Voya just flops down here, still not the healthiest you've ever seen the eldritch deity of the Shadow Realm, and she just whips out her tail, grabs on Harrier's hand, and then drags her over to her little crystal head.
Right. Okay. Yeah. While we're working this out, so, Leela, when it comes to the plan, right, for breaking the spell circle, you said you have experience. Can you sort of, like, what are we thinking here?
So, I would need... I'm not 100% sure, because I haven't dealt with, like, this specifically, obviously, right? But most likely, the vast majority of what's powering this is in that orb right there in the middle. Breaking that should do the biggest... Breaking that should likely be enough to...
Suddenly, before you can finish your sentence, Voya, right? Or not Voya, Leela, right? Hold on. Something's not right.
No.
As there's a sort of... You can hear sort of coming from this direction. Out here is a sort of glass bubble, kind of like the lens of a camera or like a, you know, a bottle, like the cap on a bottle, right? Being able to see out in the ocean. As from the depths, the darkness, rising from the abyss, you see it. Massive, hulking, and approaching the bubble. As suddenly, wrapping a set of 8 tentacles around the bubble.
What?
A creature of mythos and legend suddenly is within your presence, and the moment he arrives...
Oh no.
Finally! It's him! The Kraken! I knew I smelled them somewhere! He aims his cannon up towards him. What you doing here, pal? Come out to Daddy Zachary, huh? As... Well, don't be so quick to say that, Kakapo, in chat. As... Taking another close look on top of the Kraken, kind of like in between its eyes, right? In a goofy, comical way, sort of like the fishbowl helmets, like from SpongeBob, right? That they wear when they go into the Sandy's Dome, right? There is a figure on top of the Kraken. Hey guys! Look what I found!
No.
Voya goes from limp on the floor to stands up upon hearing that voice.
Oh, greetings, Voya. I wasn't expecting to see you here. By the way, I should mention, she's talking, she's outside, you can still hear her perfectly fine.
Alright, let's cut the dog stick, you motherfucker! Why was I not included in the glob?
Oh, Voya, you're such a wonderful little soul, and we would have loved to include you, but if there's one thing we know you for, it's your great big old mouth, and, you know, that's a little bit of a risk, you know?
She takes a second, and with the speed of Darren the Shadow Williams, not calling upon it, simply being reminiscent, you see, she is like upon the glass, angrily tearing at it. Nowhere near enough to cut the stuff, even with her strength, but it is just fury.
Come on now. That's the thing that I was gonna need to do here in a second. On that, oh, this is a little bit of a problem, actually. She taps her chin a little bit, looking down over this telescope. Ooh, no, can't have you guys be in here. Let's have a little fun then, shall we? Hey, Kraken boy, wait! You're telling me I've spent so many years, a goddamn life, hunting down this beautiful creature. So many hours, tears, wept from my face. How'd you find him? How'd you get to him before good old Zach? Oh, I don't know. It wasn't that hard. Once I was here, I just started looking around. It took God's own 10 minutes, 20, something like that. Just had to take a look around. You. How could you? He partially falls to a knee. Anyway, as I was saying before Mr. Pirate interrupted me, let's get on to the dazzling little performance here. I have a fun idea, Mr. Kraken. How about you? He starts making a roaring-like sound as Miskatonic jabs her hand into it, as suddenly veins of shadow start wrapping around this creature's entire body until it shifts its palate a little bit. And all the same, in a swift motion with a roar, the Kraken doesn't break through the glass, but, melding partially in the shadow, simply phases through it in one swift motion, landing atop the telescope, before, in one large exhalation, begins to spew a room's worth of water, sweeping everything up in a flood that we'll return to in a bit.
Okay.
Yay!
Ooh. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Hey guys, we'll be jumping back to your group later.
Woo! Oh, how kind.
But hey, Gecko, Poco, Roche, and Zanza, how you guys feeling?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I wasn't really ready to play anime campaign yet, so I gotta get ready.
Yeah. you know. So, there's that situation. Are you here, Poco?
Yes, hello.
Sick. Roche?
Yeah.
Gecko?
Yeah, I'm here.
And Ballast, if you are here for our good pal, the
Clear.
Slasher.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. How about, well, let me start off with this. As we cut away from this scene, we move over to yet another one that was happening around concurrently. Last we left this group off, they were traveling through the deep mines before eventually encountering a strange technological abomination of a laboratory run by the Apexes, or rather the Apex we now know as Ephialistai, along with perhaps her partner in crime, Grudge. And so, I believe last we left this group off, there was a little bit of an explosion that was going on, yeah?
Yeah, I may or may not have clicked an explosive charge.
So hey, Penny, you here?
Hey.
How you
Hello.
feeling? Go ahead.
I'm feeling pretty good. You know. Yeah. May I?
Yeah, you're good. Go.
All right.
The explosion is happening.
So you all prepare for battle. Gervasio jumps down and detonates his arms spread throughout the facility. And there is a rumbling felt above you as it happens. And some of the more keen-eyed of you may look to Ephialistai through the window as she suddenly flinches and clutches at her face. Oh. So you found my batteries. Wonderful. Grudge. Kill them.
Initiative time, my friends.
Yep.
Good.
Thank you for
John
pulling that up.
fucking ready, man. I don't know what to tell you.
You know,
boy.
Slasher may be ready, but Grudge is readier.
I'm not ready.
You know what?
I'm not even on initiatives.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm ready to let fucking loose.
That's what you need to go. That's fine. Grudge roars, much like you've heard him do before. It's loud and guttural, and he just breaks free of his restraints, destroying them in the process. Sorry, it's my first time trying to control anything on this new laptop. Forgive me. Well, I say old, new laptop, my old laptop. Give me just a second. Yeah. He's gonna move forward immediately.
Yep, and there is start of combats, so Elijah, you go.
Yes. Yep. So yeah.
Yep. Sorry, I just didn't want to, like,
just putting
I don't
them
know how
onto
relevant
the,
it's gonna
the
be.
grid proper.
Uh,
So now you can do your start combats.
Cool, thank you. I guess I'll ask my friends for some assistance with this. First off, what should my safety vest be? I don't know what would be good against this, like...
Shadow damage or bludgeoning.
He did have sound stuff, so...
Yeah, probably Sonic or theoretically Recoil, because he also has things for if you fuck with him, is what I would assume.
I guess...
Sonic would probably be good.
Yeah, I guess I'll make it Sonic for my defense. And then...
Yep, please remind me when that comes up.
As I can do. The other thing, does anyone have a good rule I can make them follow? That way I can get a tiny bonus.
Don't get angry.
Everyone's gonna break that rule. I'm gonna be honest.
Don't get furious.
Don't be enraged.
If I think of a better rule, don't. I think I'll think about that in the background. If I come up with a good one, I'll apply it. Oh, we can keep things moving.
All right.
Anyone else got start combats?
No.
Doesn't sound
I
like
guess I should probably stay, because talented hero. Altus his talent. Oops, get the sheet up. He starts with 3 talents that he's gotten from like binding people. Where is it? Here somewhere.
Right.
Here it is. I'll just state what those are, so I'm not like dropping them on you. It's I'll grab it later. Yeah, I'll post them as I can. Yeah, find them.
Okay.
I'll still find them.
Yeah, so you're
yeah.
good to go, buddy.
So. Yep. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Alright. So, as a reminder, this is passive. And as just so you know, we are here. So what are we gonna do? You know what? This seems like a good idea. He moves up to here, and you see the lights on his face begin to glow. The rupture that was made going particularly bright. As he is going to fire. Laser of Rage! And it is gonna be a... yeah.
So it would be
spend...
an 8 damage beam?
Yes. And he is spending 10 stamina. Make it a 3x20 to affect Zell, Brant, Bree, and Gervasio. And it... as you might usually expect it to be a green. But this particular beam is going to actually... composed of shadow fire and will burn everything in its path. This will be 8 damage.
Yep. All right. Well, if you're done explaining that, then Zell, nice and simple. Dancing in the dark, turn into a bat swarm, and dodge out of the way. We're gonna pay 2 costs. Nope, that's a 4. So it'll be 2 costs plus the 8 damage for them. So that's 10, unfortunately.
Oh, do you want the reroll now, or should I save it for another turn? Because I am way down at the bottom.
I'd say go ahead and save it for one of the PCs. Zell can take it. They have some stamina. Both Brant and Bree are going to try and combat roll, though. So 1. That is the number I rolled. And 2. That is the number... Well, that isn't the number I rolled. That was the...
That's the combination.
Yeah. So, let's take that. That's not a good start.
Yep, you're just going to take 8 for both. Well, you know what? They're both going to take... they're both gonna they're both gonna take a burn status from this, so it'll be a default instead of those.
So this is light, real quick.
It's a fire.
This is fire.
Beam.
I see.
Yep. It's specifically shadow fire.
Altus is going to try something. Let me see if I actually have the range for it first. I do. So this is essentially a massive beam that's coming out like this, like.
Yep.
Right.
It's just a big beam, big fire blasty beam.
Okay, cool. Well,
yep.
Altus starts combat unless otherwise stated, and I can't remember what I was on before, so he's starting at A. Anyway, so he's gonna create some chains 8 spaces away, right there.
It wouldn't hit Gervasio.
It wouldn't hit Gervasio, okay. So...
No, it's not gonna hit Gervasio, I miscounted.
Regardless, you're throwing the area.
Yes, so Altus is creating like a big old chain that essentially coils and acts as a wall, and it's going to be channeling A to absorb the light, essentially. Act as like a... well, I mean, I guess it's fire, but... you know. It's still shadow fire, So, Incandescent realm energy might offset it. Or
Perhaps so.
disrupt it. Regardless, chain. The wall.
Yeah.
Not that great.
Oh, it's not that great, but let's see.
Grudge rolled a 12, so I imagine this can do like minor.
Yeah. I'm still gonna say Bree and Brent take their burn stacks, but I'll say the damage is reduced to 5.
Okay.
Instead of 8.
Good.
As you're absorbing the shadow flame out of it.
That would be a 12 as well, because the 16 upgrade, whenever you turn this A's power into a thing, it gets +3. But...
You know what? Fair enough. I'll reduce it by another 1.
Sure. Cool. All right. Well, that's done then.
That's grudge though.
In between turns, I like to make my rule respect the military.
Yep. Sounds good.
So, John Slasher.
Leave the chains there in case anyone wants to use them somehow. Unless they were eviscerated by the flame.
I'll leave some chain there.
Sure.
John's going to go up to here with their move action and is going to hold their main action to duck and roll out of any attack that might hit them within the next round.
You're holding for that, sorry?
Yes.
Understood. Brant, he's going to take the D4. And I'm just going to roll Breeze preemptively, because it's not going to really change anything on her end. So, Brant will take 3. Bree will also take 4. Let's give Brant a roll to resist. With the nat 1, I'm going to say no. Oh, already! Not great!
Okay. Hold on, right?
What's up?
I want to... So, they're in my aura.
Yes.
I have explicitly the ability to fuck with my shit in a really weird way. Can I try to use my bazooka anytime to turn their burn stacks into missiles that fly off towards Grudge?
You're going to have to roll really high on that. But...
Yeah, like, that's going to have to be...
Yeah, it's... To clarify... I imagine it's less the burn stacks, and since it's fire on him, turning the fire that is on him into missiles to fire off, right? Which is still kind of a bit funky, but I'll let you try it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have tried it, or I wouldn't have asked if, like, his epithet wasn't literally just staining everything and floating out everywhere to the point where it's on them anyways. Which means it'd probably be on the fire, but, like, listen... Let's just get that fire off them. Maybe it'll reduce their burn damage. Maybe you'll get rid of the stack. I don't know. It's a 17.
What are you feeling, Penny? Because I have an idea.
I would say pick 1, but if you have a better idea, then yeah.
Whoever's taking more damage, whoever would take more damage from their burn.
Bree. So, you know what? Yeah, she won't take the 4.
Ooh, fuck. And the missile, right?
Yep.
Get this. It turns into a missile, and then I imagine it starts floating in the air because of her fucking, propel, or her parapel.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
fucking
the
armor.
The panoply, that fires off into missiles. As for Brant, on his turn, though, what he's going to do is... Give it up now, though. And he's got 6 movement. He can make it over to Zoe. How about, he's gonna go here so to not stand too clumped together. And then Grudge is currently 6 away, which I believe puts it just in range of Buckshot. Yep, exactly in range of Buckshot. Didn't like this one last time, eh? Let's see, eat it this one. Nope, unfortunately, he goes for the Buckshot, but... no, burns bad.
He growls at Brant.
Yeah, unless there is a roll buff that someone wants to give, that will be him, so... yeah, okay, cool. Union, your turn.
Alright, so... I could unleash it, but I'm not going to. Not yet. What Union's gonna do... It might be ill-advised to use it this early into the combat, but, like, you know, hear me out, right? I'm gonna use Torpedo Terror. And I don't omit... How functional do the guns around the arena look, as a question?
Very.
Yep, okay. I'm gonna use Torpedo Terror. That's a 9. Fucking 3 missiles, Jesus. Alright. So these would do...
I think I'm gonna help you with this. I would like to help you, because I would like to not be shot by guns.
Okay.
So Elijah's basically gonna see you trying to form missiles and say, please make sure that they're all gonna hit. They hit hard and not, like, spray out with shrapnel to hit the rest of us. And I'm just gonna use... the boost version of this, because you got a good enough roll. I just want to make it better.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
Alright, sounds good. Give that a roll.
And it's 12 plus, so I guess the point of that was to make it deal more damage and deal less shrapnel.
Yeah, sure. You know what? I'll also say that through that Union, you also instinctively link to the missile that you created from Bree as a 4th missile.
Oh, okay. So, I want to hit the 2 guns closest. I want to beam. I want to beam Grudge right in his stupid eye, and I want to hit this gun.
Oh, the 2 closest are all the way back there. I forgot about those ones, I'll be honest.
Yep, so the 2 behind us, and then the 1 that's above Grudge. And
as
because
well as
these...
Grudge himself.
Yep, as well as Grudge himself. Because these are in my aura before Elijah bonus, these are 10 to 12. I imagine that doesn't matter.
Well, the guns are all fucking destroyed. No shrapnel goes around, of course. And yeah, you deal 12 damage to Grudge.
Thanks, Elijah.
Of course. I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to help, but...
Don't downplay yourself. You're plenty reliable.
You notice his gaze shift to you.
Oh, I've had it up to here with motherfucking Shadow Beast attacking me. What's one more? Kill me or don't. Make it count if you're gonna try. A dark aura envelops him as he, like, not literally, but, like, his hair shadows his eyes as he begins spinning his bazooka tonfa. I think, basically, right, what Union's gonna do is he's just gonna, like, manifest a bazooka to just stand on, so he has like a little bit of like a platform or whatever. There's no boost to this. He just is like standing on like, you know, like he's standing on a pole basically, like that cool martial artist trope as he stares down Grudge.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how tough you are. Any armor will crack under my weight.
Now, because it's the Union's being this turn, I want, just for my own reminder, who is this little fella?
It was a
created little fella.
That's what I was channeling. Oh, the bubble dragon. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. We'll get to that on your turn. I just wanted to remind myself of what that is.
Yeah. No, it was essentially like a little bubble summon that's just there to.
Yeah. It's the bubble summon just to hold and fire the fucker I created.
Yeah. I picked the Venusian soldier because it's the closest to a bubble. Bubble
yeah. Blue. But yeah, I think it's Bree now.
Yep, Bree's turn. She doesn't have the burn damage because of what Union did, so awesome. Which means she has the Panoply. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce it, but I'll go with Panoply for now. Although she is not the most experienced with this as compared to Raynor. So, for now, we're going to try and keep it simplistic. She'll move up to... You know what? Let's stick by Union, right? Because getting clumped up isn't always the greatest idea. But she wants to approach, and if she's going to stick by someone, she'll at least, you know, go here and make it so that she's not, like, in the middle of Brant, Zell, and John Slasher, you know? What she's going to do is, using the Panoply to sort of help boost this, she'll whip out her pistols, and infusing it with the Union bazooka energy, right? Try and fire miniature missiles that get boosted off with, like, the you know, vibration, pressure, you know, stuff from the Panoply and the baton. So, I'll fire dual pistols for this, where she's gonna fire... You know what? Yeah, we'll fire both and in the same action, as opposed to holding one for the anytime. Let's just go for some damage. Firing the missile and pressure blast empowered, you know, pistol funny, haha. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So yeah, has a couple of variable utility buffs onto this. It's 2 5 damage hits increased.
Yeah. I'll say that does. Yeah. I'll say it does that much, and he shifts towards looking at Bree this time, and Union together.
Yep, that's Bree. So we're gonna go to Zell. They're gonna use their movement action and rev all the way up to 5 to enter Jack State, spending all 5 of their movement. So let me go ahead and give them their funny little aura, since they're now in Jack State. And being in Jack State, they are going to use Blood Driver's Jack State version. Pretty good. Alright, you son of a bitch. Let's end this. As they scrape the Blazing Chief across the ground, producing massive flaming sparks, right? Oh, this is not the Jack State version. Let me post the Jack State version. Because they would still do that, but effectively, instead of the normal area attack, it's producing a wave of fire in front of themselves as they scrape it across the ground, and then slash that wave of fire with their sword, which lets them create a volley of 3 fireballs blasted towards Grudge, or I guess in this case Grudge for sure, yeah, which will be dealing 3 instances of 4 damage to him, and afflicted with I guess in this case 2 burn stacks, because I imagine that if the same enemy is hit by multiple, they still only get the 2 burn. So yep, 2 burn, 3 instances of 4.
This time he is gonna try and protect himself. Just reduce the full damage down to 2.
All good.
But you know, still with a heavy cost.
Yep. They do, at least for now. I guess I'll ask. Well, I say I'll ask. I imagine that with Zell's roll, right? Does it still apply the Jack State aura, which is effectively 1 space adjacent to Grudge? You know, you can deal +1 damage to him. Or
it was still a technical hit, so I would say yes.
So for now, at the very least, Grudge has got this. So I'll give him an aura.
Make that visible. There you go.
Yep. Oh fuck.
Oh, way to go.
I got it. I was fucking with it. And
I'm seeing that thing.
I'm making it a square because I think it looks better on a big man.
Point being, do that. I'll roll for this. I'm just gonna go quickly. No, definitely nothing. And
definitely not.
That'll be Zell's turn. So it's you, Altus, and for the sake of it, I'll post the effects of Jack State's aura. But basically, if you're adjacent to him, you can deal +1 damage to him. I'll post it in case you need the exact specifics, but you go on ahead.
Sure. So, a little bit of a weird interaction. If Altus would swap off of the Bubble Essence, any, summons he'd make during that would disappear. But so for the sake of that, I'm just gonna say that he's had the bubble essence, and pay the upkeep for that, like on top of it.
Yep.
With Bill Bindings, then Altus is going to use his move action to swap his currently channeled main essence from A to Sicily.
Okay.
So,
I see what you're doing.
So the shimmering light around him shifts to a bubbling, veiny red, and he's gonna use nice and simple Animus Echo as he holds out his hand and almost as if breaking reality apart, he's gonna try and form some coiling veins, some cracks within Grudge, in order to.
Hey.
So this is. I'm not expecting this to work instantly, right? But what he's trying to do is build up essentially these massive sort of Sicily-esque like veins that will act as weak spots that penetrate his sort of hulking carapace, right? And you may say, well, his biology doesn't allow for that. Well,
you have the talent.
Yeah.
You have the talent that allows you to.
Yeah. Allows him to impose that. Whoops.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna pay a nice and juicy 5 to get this effect going.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, McAfee, fuck off. Yeah. So,
if you need a reminder what Sicily's essence does.
Yes, I would love that. You take 1 damage to start your turns.
Which you would
do
take
1d2.
next turn because you only swapped into it.
Yep.
No, yeah.
Ha! Snorri. Excellent remember plus action, Hatio requires active attention. Yup. Could you repost the talent again?
Shoving. Let me grab it. I should really put this in the sheet, but I've been a little slack, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So essentially, even if they don't
Okay.
have blood systems, Sicily makes them. And
Yes.
so, in doing so,
it doesn't. Yeah. You are effectively sending a chain out and trying to rupture his body with these veins. Yes.
He's basically just doing the Sicily thing and like essentially forming these veiny cracks in Grudge's body and like ripping them open. To form like weak spots.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, no, you do that. As it states in the passive, you will not be taking damage from the bleed stacks. But you do have the bleed stacks on them. And that will just represent... For now, that'll represent something you can manipulate, as well as generally him having a weak spot. If that sounds fine. And yeah, no, that'll deal some fucking solid damage, I think. Not the most since it's your setup, but he does have a... you have added a weak spot. I'll say it's just automatically gonna give him 2 bleed stacks.
Sure. Although, actually, to be fair, I think switching into it would probably deal the 1 immutable damage on, like, thinking about it a bit more. Since
Mhm.
yeah. Anyway,
I mean, that's fine. That was an any time. So, anything else? Would you like
No,
Bubble
please.
Dragon to go?
that was my main dragon.
Oh, that was your main action version.
Main action.
Okay. Would you like Bubble Boy to do anything?
I think I'm gonna open the veins a little bit more before I fire.
Yeah, sure.
So the bubble dragon is essentially just gonna hold their action to fire the gun, and if it doesn't happen, essentially on the command of Aldous, but otherwise they're not gonna do anything other than just...
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds good. And for everyone else, the specific weak point will be on his frontmost tendrily part on his wing, on his right wing. Since body parts do kind of matter for him a little bit.
I see. Right.
Yeah. Basically, that part of his body won't have his normal DR. And also, just as a reminder, what was it? Oh no, it was the inevitable wall one. Yeah, if you want to attack his eye, it is 5 spaces above the floor.
It's what, sir?
5 spaces above the floor.
Ah, I see.
On his eye specifically. Yeah. Garvadio.
I was trying to do something else. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry, it's very simple. Basically, healing potion. Chuck to...
Yeah, makes sense.
Chuck to Brent.
Gotcha. Give that a gosh dang roll. Yep. Potion, chuck to Brent.
Potion chunk to Brent. I'll say free action to consume on his turn, heals for 5.
Sick nasty.
That's
awesome.
a pretty decent roll. Alright, now it's Gavazio. Sorry.
Alrighty. Okay. Gervasio is gonna start off. And I'm gonna mostly just set up this turn. Because I have 20 once per combat that I have not used yet. In fact, I don't even think I have a token action for it yet. So, I'm gonna just post it. Top of the food chain. I'm gonna spend 15 stamina on this.
Okay.
Alright.
I mean, it's gonna work.
Yep. So Gervasio focuses at this guy, Grudge, as his red eyes seem to dilate. Nothing quite seems different yet, other than maybe Grudge, with some kind of animalistic sense, might get a weird, I don't know, Predator-esque vibe from this, from Gervasio.
Yeah.
As he gains 5 conquest charges, which let him do very good, fun, strong things. And other than that...
No, I was just reading the ability. Sorry.
Other than that, Gervasio will simply make his slow walk forwards with his slow 4 movement speed, and that will be his turn.
Yeah.
If you want to get a boosty, Aldous calls out, yo, I could give you a quick boost if you want, using some chains.
No, don't worry. I don't even have... That was my main action, so I don't even have a thing if I get up to him.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense.
I also have a reroll if you need it.
Yep.
Well, here's the thing, Elijah. It's your turn.
Wow, I get all my junk back.
Yeah, it's all back.
Yeah.
Wow, what do I do? I'm gonna do something silly. Elijah kind of looks to the group fighting and then looks up towards the other Apex. Anyone mind if I try to do something silly?
Hey, whatever works, dude.
Cool.
We've had plenty of serious and plenty of silly so far. You can keep going for the silly.
Works with me. Elijah's gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're gonna bring out an old classic favorite. I'd like to basically, actually, I don't know if it's a favorite or not, but would like to essentially make safety stairs to go help me get up the distance needed to get to here.
Yeah, sure.
As my passive, I'm just going to post it for the sake of everyone else. That way. Oh, where is it? Ruling privilege. I'm doing this as a bonus action because I want to have my main action.
Yeah, sure. Give it a roll.
And if
it's only going to cost you like 1 stamina because it's just for extra movement.
I think that works.
That was a 17, so it worked. For
Yay!
sure.
Now that it's made, I'm gonna use my main action. Just keep stepping up those stairs.
Yep.
6. And that, folks, is my entire turn.
All right.
I'll say get an extra 2 movement. It's not from the stairs itself. I'm just saying, you know, building them as you're moving. It's a little unsafe, but time is of the essence. So you give yourself a little 2 extra movement.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any way to move in such a way that she doesn't immediately spot me? Because I assume she's focused over here.
I would say no.
Very well.
You can't see it on her monitors. She has her own like turn order, as it were, on all of like the data she's looking at. So she knows roughly from the data she's collecting who's going to act in what order. So she's kind of looking at you.
Understandable. Then I guess I'll move. Let me get off this.
Sure.
That way I'm away from the edge, because that's not safe. That's the end of my turn.
No. Start of the round. 2 things happen. The first thing, Grudge lets out another horrific roar.
Got it.
And he is now active. Like, he was awake, now he's active. Ephialistai, Elijah, you specifically notice, seems to move some things around, do some stuff with some screens, before she slowly walks up to the door. Well, certainly was a very interesting first foray into this little test, but I think it would be fun if I gave it a go as well. As you see her walk out, and I'm adding her to turn order.
Oh, that's
Can you do it
great, Penny.
Oh, good.
I don't think
Something
it is
else to
running
kill.
Kills.
Yeah, I think we had our hands full with the first one. I don't think we need a second one.
Yeah. I'm gonna move her just over here.
I'll get it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yeah,
Yep,
sorry.
Scarlet got it. Thank you.
One of these.
Here's both for the sake of it.
That sounds like a good place. I already added her. So I can miss one. There we go. Yeah, Grudge's turn. First thing Grudge is gonna do. Let me think about this. Thank you. Yeah. Altus.
No.
He looks to you. And let me just double check the size. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. He's gonna move up here. And taking the hand that you damaged, specifically, raise it up. And this is only going to be hitting Altis. Oh, I actually didn't need to move up. I can just move wherever. So yeah, he's not going to move at all.
What's the range on this one?
2 and a 4x4 area. So he is smashing. It would be here. That's a 5x5, but roughly here.
Right.
So you
Would
will
it
be taking 9 damage.
In this direction?
It would be. It would be. I'm just having trouble controlling the computer. Sorry.
No worries.
Please let me reduce you in size. Okay, fine. I'll be trying. Yes, it is hitting right there.
If you need help, let me know. Yeah.
Yep. There we go. That is the area that he is smacking for 9 damage.
Ooh. So. This is just gonna wrap coil a chain around Grudge, hopefully, and pull himself to him. So like the chain wraps around him, and then he like flings himself out of the area.
Yep.
Yeah.
Makes
Gonna
sense.
shadow the Colossus him. And you know, obviously, I don't think it applies, but if there's any magic going on, he's gonna, you know, count it off.
There is no magic. He is pure existence and technology.
Alright. Whatever then, I'll just pay the one. Fuck.
Yeah. That is a 3.
It is. I'm glad.
So unless that gets boosted by Elijah, that
Would
is
you
just
like
not
one,
going to-
Gecko?
I can probably take one at least of those.
All right. So if you're good with it, then I'll hold on to it.
Sure.
All right.
So that's...
This is just a raw 9. He's not adding any elements to this.
Yep.
Yep. Then, as his ability, he is going to. No, he won't do that. No. I will also post shadow cracks for your own benefit. This is just gonna only when you move. Yeah. He is going to wail and use this ability. Wail of the Resentful. He's not going to create 5, because it's only a 7. He's only going to create 3. But the tendrils are going to go and grab Altis, Bree, and Union. Specifically. And deal 5 damage.
I'm personally fine taking that.
Do we want me to cancel it? Because it's pretty low.
How much does that cost?
I mean, I could try and like deflect it.
There's still the other boss to be wary of.
Similarly, though, if you do deflect it, Gecko, you have to make sure that you deflect it out of the area you're in, or else you'll take more damage instead, actually.
It's just gonna go behind Union, I guess.
It's the aura.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna try something a little silly. So feel free to assign a cost to this. But what Aldous is gonna try to do is use Animus Echo essentially to reach out a hand as this tentacle comes flying towards him, and just shatter it into just blood. You know, just like
Yeah, sure.
Just fucking
Just shatter into blood.
Just give it. And you know, hopefully, if he rolls high, maybe the blood flies back at Grudge and you know, starts making some more veins across the place. You know. We'll see.
Yeah, give it a roll.
3 actually.
That's another 3.
Dude,
So-
that's my favorite number. I love 3.
That's your favorite number. Unfortunately, that is just going to grab and bap you for 5 damage.
I would suggest rerolling this one, buddy.
All right. Do you want me to cancel the main one or reroll this one? What are you feeling?
But I mean, I'd appreciate re-rolling this one, but.
All right, I'll use my reroll then. I'm gonna use my less expensive reroll. All right. No, wait. Remember, make sure whatever you do, it does not blow up whatever's going on. Like, remember, straight impact, not hitting everyone else. Here you go. Have a reroll, buddy. That's 11.
Yeah. Reroll.
Shoot, that was the wrong one. But, oh well. Yeah, it's just a straight heal.
Yeah. You can say you used the other one because it won't have
Yeah.
boost anyway.
Yeah, no, I need that for whatever this other Apex is gonna do to my bones. So
Yep.
it's just a
so
reroll.
Yep. Altus, your reroll.
Yippee.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, you rupture this tentacle. This big ol', well, I say big, this like small tendril. And I'm gonna say you manage to rupture it in such a way that you are without taking any more than the cost, you are sent back to here before this detonates.
I see.
Yeah, it looked like it would have hurt quite a lot.
Yeah.
Are Union and Bree doing anything to dodge or deal with their tendrils?
You doing anything?
I suppose I'll have my anytime right back, right? But you know, how about I use Bazooka U, right? And I turn... I want the tendril to become a missile, or missile-like, right? So it explodes. It hits me, right? It explodes and hits me. And it doesn't leave behind the thing, but it doesn't do any damage to me, because it's a bazooka.
Yeah, no, you just turn the tendril into a bazooka, and since it's a bazooka, it is no longer a shadow tendril, and therefore does not create a crack underneath you.
Yep, and as it, like, launches, right, what I want to do is, as I'm passing by Bree, I want to use my anytime basic attack to smash the tendril that's about to attack her.
Sure, give it a...
No.
No.
I'll give her... Oh, what? Huh? Never mind. I'll go for my, my anytime.
Just saying you don't destroy that one, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'll say, including cost, you get clipped for, one. And the tentacle goes away, but it leaves a crack behind. Didn't say it missed. Yeah. That is gonna be Grudge. I'm gonna just... Oop, I pressed the wrong button. Hold on. What the fuck is it?
Oh,
Just
I can
own
advance
benefit.
initiative. What's up, John Slasher?
Yeah, sorry. No. I just pressed a button that took me to a new tab. I was just adding the DR token to Grudge for my own reminder.
Oh, yeah.
John Slasher is gonna move on up to here. And you said it's +1 damage to them while targeting them in this aura, right?
Yeah. So I'll post it again, right? But effectively, it's a 5-foot aura that decreases enemy damage by 1 and increases ally damage by 1. So as long as you're in that aura, your damage is increased by 1.
Alright, so John Slasher's just gonna move up there. Using their passive, they're going to ignore the DR because normal humans don't have that sort of shit. And they're just gonna slash at Grudge.
Yeah. I will say that... you know what? I'll say you deal the full 6. Purely because you're avoiding the DR. You can ignore the DR. The DR will still, quote-unquote, increase, but he will not gain a bleed stack. He looks down at John Slasher, very perturbed by him.
Is John Slasher a permanent summon?
He's alive until I kill him.
Yeah,
or until the session ends, I think.
Yeah, what do you mean by permanent? I don't know how to answer that.
Can't he like register one and do his mind and like?
Yes.
And he is one of those, which is how he's here because he's from the previous thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, gotcha.
John Slasher is a weirdo amongst them, but yes, that's my turn.
Yep. Going to Brent, as he sort of jabs at his shotgun, sort of tries to click it into place. Oh, don't fail me now. As he'll take his burn damage first. 2, roll to get rid of. I'm gonna give it to him.
Yeah,
in this
that's
case,
fine.
he rolled a bit higher than he did last time, and he's had it for around 2 rounds now. Let's go. And he's gonna do this for maximum damage, regardless of how risky it may seem. As he's gonna run right up and press that goddamn shotgun against this thing and try and go for buckshot. Unfortunately, unless Elijah wants to do something about it, that one's not gonna work.
Yeah,
I think Elijah used it. Wait, no. It went past his turn. He could use it.
Well,
yeah,
he used one of his rerolls. But real quick, I am gonna say, even though it's a 5, right? You specifically go up to the weak spot.
Yep.
And it's not gonna deal the full damage by any means. What is the base damage of his shotgun? Sorry.
The base damage is 6, so it's a 9 damage line attack that bypasses DR, which will be increased to 10 because of the Jack State aura. So.
Yep. Yeah. I'm gonna say because it's a 5, it is only going to deal 4. But that is still something, considering it would have otherwise been a failure.
It's entirely up to you, Poco. If you want to boost it, feel free. If you don't, then you don't have to.
I'm willing to burn my other reroll. I'm gonna get my ass whooped by the other one, but oh well. Alright. He's gonna be like, oh, please do not, like, please be careful. And he's gonna try to reroll that action cancel.
Alright.
That's a 5, so no.
No.
Oh well,
So it's
still
just
got
gonna
something out of
deal
it.
with
So, yeah, still deals something, I guess. Alright, yeah, that's Brent.
He flinches a little bit, but nothing like major.
Yeah.
It is Union.
Alright. So... Seeing Ephial's thigh up there, right? Union takes a second. He turns his eyes back over to Grudge. He saw earlier that thing he did where he completely reduce the effectiveness of an attack. His eyes glint with recognition. And he gets an understanding. He's going to crouch down, and I want to use Missile Gap, and I'm gonna try and launch myself up to Ephial's thigh, basically.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Obviously, I won't make it the full way, but I'll probably make it pretty close.
Yeah. Yeah, move like 8 spaces.
Ooh. Wow, I could make it the full way. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a really good roll.
And he fucking lands, and he's like, "Want to join in on the fun? Here it is." And what I want to do is I want to use Bazooka Beatdown, and I want to do like a right hook that throws them into Grudge.
Yeah, sure.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
It's got that 4 to 7 knockback.
It sure does, doesn't it? Let me have a quickie looky. Yeah. Their eyes glow. The shadow hands that sort of come out of their cloak dig into the ground. And they're gonna pull out an entire ribcage.
Like you tend to do.
And they get surrounded by the entire ribcage. I'm gonna say, reduce that damage by quite a lot. They will only take 6 from that.
Okay.
And the knockback does not apply because they are effectively locked in place.
Ah, that's unfortunate. Well, that's my turn.
All right. Breathe then.
Interesting try. Bazooka.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Here's disease.
Uh,
drops.
We're going for funny business? I can do funny business. Let's go, Elijah and Union. And she's gonna dash this way, over to here. And I'm going to, sort of as a last bit of thing with her movement action, she's gonna attempt to use the Panoply, right? Which has the whole thing where you can, smack the baton against the ground to launch yourself in a direction. She's gonna try and get herself up onto level eyesight with Effie.
Alright.
Nah, alright. In that case, she's gonna have to go for a little bit more of a crapshoot. As she's gonna harness Union's missiles, the bazooka aura in this case, right? And spin her pistols around, and she's gonna go try and fire the bullet missiles again, and try and have them have like homing shit to try and home onto Effie Alistai, who's also in the aura. So hey, there's that. Let's give that a shot. There we go.
Hey, and that do 1.5 times damage.
Yeah.
And this is two shots, so 5 damage.
Yeah, sure. No, that'll just work.
Hell yeah.
The ribcage was completely fucking obliterated, so, yeah, they are gonna take... let me calculate this much. Nope, that's a little too little.
While you're calculating that, though, that will be her
There we
turn,
go.
so I'll end it off.
Effie Alistai's turn. Well, let's start things off with a little bit of research. And they are going to open up Grudge's kit. Oops. They're going to start off with Black Wave. That is a 4. That's unfortunate. You notice that when she attempts this, a sort of jolt of electricity seems to come from somewhere else and enter her. Very well. She's then gonna pull out a fucking gun. And shoot Union for 2 damage.
Union, like, holds his hand up, but ultimately takes it, gets shot, not the right hand. Rather, not the left hand, but that hand is not the right one.
And
Wait, what are the grubs doing?
Then they are going to... Yeah, I have some things I can do. I keep opening Grudge's kit because it's above hers. God damn it.
If you need help, Penny, I can grab things.
No, I just keep opening Grudge's kit instead of her kit. Yeah. The silver hand is just his old epithet, right?
That is
It's
functionally a part of his body, yeah.
It's not a prosthetic?
No, it is not prosthetic.
Okay, that's just very important for me to know.
I understand.
Yep. In that case, they are just going to use a regular black hand and crush you. I am boo-boo the fool and put all these on the GM layer, but you know what? That's okay.
I can grab it if needed.
I got it. It's a combination of trying to learn how to use A, a new computer, and B, a new UI. Yep.
Again,
a hand comes
I
out
can
of the ground and grabs Union for 6 whole damage. However, Union, it has made contact with you. Whenever Effie Alistair makes direct contact with a target, she may interface with them. Forcibly grafts a strange machine to them, which now allows Effie to consider them as technology. If this combat is the first time she is doing this to the target, they are considered to be actively being researched by Effie Alistair until the device is destroyed. Destroying or removing the device deals a flat amount of true damage to the target. She may only have 2 of these active at a time, but may deactivate and reactivate them herself as she pleases. So you are now being researched.
Okay. What's she fucking graft on him?
It's weird. It looks like a
alien device.
Well, yeah, basically. It's a funny joke, but yeah, it's basically a strange device that is attached to, like your waist, sort of where your kidneys would be. And it's like piercing into you.
I imagine it looks like a weird little circuit board that like screws itself in.
Yeah, basically.
That's fine. I like it like that.
Target seems to.
Bree's like, huh? Didn't need to know that.
Tendencies. Fascinating. They move, and they are gonna just hop over to here. That's them.
Sick, nasty with it. We're gonna go to Zell as they, this whole time have not stopped, staring down Grudge. With a scowl on their face, they dash up to him, right? And what they're gonna do is they are gonna go for Burning Pledge. It's standard variations at a Jack state, right? And try and go for that, and I'll post it and roll it, but effectively, Burning Pledge is a sweeping upwards attack that if it works, I can go for a follow-up attack. And the idea that Zell is going for is that I'm going to use my pyrokinesis action while I'm doing this to further boost myself skyward to try and get as close to his eye as possible. Is the idea that Zell is going for, anyway. It's a 7. That's something. Let me roll the pyrokinesis. Boop. That one's not great though.
Pyrokinesis isn't great. I'll say you boost yourself up, but you're not by his eye. You sort of get like 3-4 spaces up, but like like under his like neck area, so you're not able to attack the eye from where you are, but you're like on him.
Yep.
And it will deal. Does it have a base damage?
Yes, it is Blazing Chief -1, which would be 5, but then there are 2 Jack State auras, so it's 7.
Which takes it down to 5.
Yep. Which means, you know, I want to stay in Jack State, so I'm not going to go for revving right now. I do get my follow-up if I pay 2 stamina, though, which is another basic attack with half damage before modifiers. So, as Zell swings themselves up towards Grudge, they might be below kind of the pseudo-chin area, not quite at the eye, they grimace, and decide to settle for jabbing the sword into that sort of chin-like area, as they're gonna go for it. Yep, so half damage, so 3 plus 2 to 5.
He fucking goes for it. It unfortunately only does 3 damage as it increases.
Yep.
However, it very much... He glances at you, he tries to glance at you from beneath and sort of like try and grab at you in like as an instinctual response, but then focuses back on Union. This also inflicts 2 stacks of burn.
Zell's burn does 1 damage, so I don't think it'll matter much against Grudge's shit.
That probably won't, no.
Yeah.
But I'll still put it on there anyway.
Yeah. It's still there, so it's still in case anything needs that there.
I mean, if it goes up again, it'll do an extra damage.
Yeah. And, you know, we'll just bonus action flick a little, you know, fireball up in the same spot. Just 1 extra little dippy. Nah, that's fine. Cool. Zell will fall back down to the ground. They sort of jam their sword into the ground, helping them, you know, stick the landing as they tear it back out. We pass it back over to Alex.
But as you sort of land, and the fireball, it doesn't do any damage as you like try and flick it out.
Yeah.
But it does hit him in such a way that his rage once again increases. And he enters 5th state.
Jesus. How many states does he have? 50?
And on top of that, he is going to automatically use this ability. Spending 10 stamina, he, you know, he makes a warped cry and deals 7 damage to everyone and inflicts dazed.
Yep.
This is actually unrolled, so I didn't even need to roll for it. This will be doing 7 damage.
Sonic damage.
It is.
It is sonic damage. Sonic damage
say no.
to everyone within 8 spaces of him, except every Arstai, of course.
I'm way too far away, I think.
Yep. I'll make an aura for everyone.
I think it's just gonna hit John, Zell, and Brant.
Goodbye, John.
John unfortunately is going to get Thanos snap disintegrated by a sonic wave.
Oh god, we can't lose John.
He's been with you the whole time. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any stamina.
No. I'll say at the very least on Zell's end, it is sonic damage, it's sound, but they're going to try and use fucking Dancing in the Dark Jack version, right, to create the firewall of bats, right, and try and wrap it around themselves to block out as much of the sound as possible. So we're gonna go for that. Let me go ahead and roll it a little bit like this. Let's pay a good old 3 stamina. That was a weird 3D die.
I didn't see it. I have it turned off on this computer. On a 19, this is like you're against an unrolled roll, so I'll say instead of 7, just take cost.
Sick. Brant has no way of avoiding
you like
this stuff.
Yeah, like he still feels it, right? The cost is more the damage you're taking as opposed to anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll say you aren't dazed either.
At the end of this action chain, he won't be Scarlet.
Yeah. Does
Scarlet, very poor timing, I'm afraid.
Bree and Union, you got ways out of this?
I'm gonna post me and Elijah's comp upgrade. Elijah has strong resistance to explosive, and I have the benefits of Elijah's safety vest.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say, since that is a 5 and this is a very warped cry, it's still gonna be resisted. I'm gonna say you're gonna take 2.
Okay.
From that. I think that's fair enough.
Still dazed?
No daze.
Okay.
It's just 2 damage. Everyone else though, Bree, you got anything?
May as well try. She'll try and combat roll up the fucking, like, you know, this, which is kind of steep, but she does have soldier. So, you know, we're gonna try.
Maybe. Yeah, I'll say including cost, she takes 4 and isn't dazed.
Sick.
Yep. Unfortunately, John Slasher, salute 07's in chat. He disintegrates, rupturing into nothing. Like the end of a horror movie where the monster is defeated.
So is he dead for good, or...?
No.
Oh, okay, cool.
He's a permanent summon, yeah, you can get him back.
And, yep, Zanza, you were saying you wanted to roll to adapt to that, so,
Yep, I'm adapting to the big sound wave, because, I don't like it, that's nasty, so I want to... Basically, I want it so that, not only can I, like, avoid the dazed and maybe gain some kind of damage resistance against it, basically.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll say with the 15 especially, mechanically, you will just be immune to the dazed from the sonic damage, and you'll take less damage, based on. I'll say you reduce the damage by half, rounding up maybe a little more, depending on the situation.
Awesome.
So if you were to get hit by that one specifically just then, you would have taken 3 instead of 4.
Nice.
It is now Altus's turn.
It is. So. I've been going back and forth. I want to get the team's opinion. Should I, with my next big thing, attempt to dampen his feeling of pain so he doesn't get angrier when we hit him, or just go all out for the attack I have planned? What are we thinking?
I'm
not sure if it'll work. Just dampening his sense of pain.
Honestly, this is gonna sound weird, but I think it would be... I think, like... I guess my suggestion would be outside of those margins and be, like, keeping Ephialistai and Grudge close to each other, or finding some way to knock out that one anytime that Grudge has, where he takes a damage and turns it to 2.
Alright. Well, for now, though, I'll focus on what I've got thus far. So, currently I'm Bubble Dragon and Sicily.
You take the 1 damage from Sicily.
Yes, thank you. Alright. Moves up. So... Oh, actually, he has double movement. He's gonna fly into the air. 5 spaces into the air. I see. Do you reckon, like, diagonally that would cost double movement to get, like, 5 spaces in the air, 5 spaces away, or...?
Bro, I'm not gonna worry about diagonals.
Yeah, alright, fair enough.
Like,
Anyway,
if anything, I'd say 1 or 2 extra movement. Let's go with 2, I guess.
Okay. I mean, he's got more than enough for that.
Yeah.
Regardless. where's the fucking wing? There's so many status effects.
I think it's in the
there we
bottom.
go. Yeah. Alright. So, Otis is gonna hold his hand out once more. And nice and simple is just gonna Animus Echo again, but this time he narrows his eyes as he's coalescing a horrific blood clot in hopefully Grudge's eye. In order to essentially burst this blood clot into a massive like super vein weak spot here to like enhance the already vulnerable spot and hopefully blind him. And I'm willing to pay as much stamina as you reckon this would cost. He's trying to make this pretty fucking nasty.
Yeah. You especially don't need to worry about diagonals here, because you're on the same level as I.
Yeah. Alright, let's do that. What's it from here? So 9.
Yeah. You do that. Grudge really doesn't want anything to hit him in the eye, but from the ankle, he's gonna try and block with his wing. But because of the angle you're going at, he's gonna block with the one you have damaged already. So, this is not going to reduce the damage at all. Because you specifically hit.
So he can theoretically use his other wing to block this, or
He can, but he can. He is just instinctively using the one that is at the direction that you are.
Oh, it's once per round. What I meant was like if another attack hits him. But
oh no,
doesn't matter. I'm still going to use a chain
can't block
to
again.
Essentially hold his hand down to the ground.
Yeah, sure. That's gonna be a little hard because of his talent, but yes, give it a go.
Mm-hmm. And specifically, these chains take the form of veins, which are gonna, start tearing apart.
That's fine. I'll remind you of his hard to maneuver talent, but you can give it a go.
Okay, never mind. I'll just let it go. So,
I did forget that his reactions are actually a lot worse. That's my bad, but he's in kind of rage mode right now, so I'm gonna say that this is just he just has a -3 instead of a thing.
Alright, so
you still hit
the
weak spot. Yes.
Before I continue, cost for big eyeball blood explosion vein.
I'm gonna say 3.
Okay.
Because you are trying to add explosion and such to everything. But Grudge is going to take. Grudge is taking a lot of damage from this.
Well, the goal is to make a weak spot even more weak. Damage is just a side thing.
That's fair. You have done that. It's just the wrong weak spot. It's still his wing that you've basically ruptured his entire right hand side.
Oh, alright, sorry. I didn't understand that when you said... Alright, sorry. In that case, I will attempt to move it out of the way at least.
Yeah. Yeah, I will say in exchange for slightly less damage, you hit, as in initial damage immediately, you hit his eye, which then will deal a lot more damage afterwards.
I mean, the end goal here is to just make the eye weak spot less, but yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, you know what, honestly, no. I take back what I said. Sorry. My brain is trying to remember all of his mechanics at once. It's been a while. You do a fucking huge chunk of damage to him, and his rage increases automatically, but his DR no longer exists for the turn.
Did he also take bleed for trying to block?
He doesn't take the bleed because of how Cicely's own talent works.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Okay.
But I mean Grudge taking the bleed. Is that...
Oh. Yeah,
That's
okay,
the
that's
thing?
how that works. You know what, yeah, sure. Perfect, please.
Just making sure.
Anyway, so Olpes, rips, and the wing comes out, but he manages to pull the hand just barely out of the way enough to hit it. As his eyes narrow, and it slowly looks to the left at Cavazio and the gun and gives a nod. All right, I've set it up. You knock him down. As his bubble man, his hand closes in on the trigger, aiming square at the eye that is now doubly weak.
Yeah.
3.
It is doubly weak. For
2.
sure. He is gonna enter a new rage state.
No.
Oh my god. But yeah, fire away.
Yeah, so Bubble Man, square, aim square at this eye. He's gonna... Do you want me to roll to fire it, or...?
I'll roll to fire it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
It's still gonna work, I just want to see where you're aiming.
I
Okay.
need this to hit the eye. I'm gonna use my second per round usage of Binding Chains to correct... give him veiny muscles and correct his aim through the chains. 6.
I will say that you aim this a lot better. It's not gonna be a perfect dead-on shot. But to be honest, that won't matter that much. I will now show you. Does. Disintegration Howitzer. 30 true damage in a 10 by 10 area at 10 range. When fired, the bomb will remain in place for a short time before sucking everything in the general area towards its center and exploding. So, this is... You are getting a short time. Basically, Opus, the start of your next turn. The bomb will go off.
In what area?
And
in his eyeball?
There
in
it is.
his eyeball. It is in him.
Yes!
Grudge cannot escape this.
Push it in!
Elijah, you're getting some pings.
Yeah, you're getting, Grudge doesn't look real right now. And in fact, I forgot something.
Oh no! Pull him up like a fucking sausage.
Yeah, he's pissed.
Oh no! He's fucking pissed. I'm gonna forcibly end Ulysses' turn there.
Valid.
Alright.
Does the recoil from shooting that thing blow the fucking Bubble Man?
The recoil?
To smithereens?
The recoil fucking kills Bubble Man.
Elemental hero, Bubble Man!
Not being able to withstand that, flies back into this corner.
It sends him rocketing backwards and he just explodes against the wall like a fucking...
Yeah.
A paintball.
How's it going, Damasio?
Around this will detonate, dealing a lot of damage, and it will still suck things towards the detonation area as well. So, yeah, what are you doing,
Gervasio.
Yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing, buddy?
Alright, that was a little more oomph than I was expecting. Gavazio, I trust you can do this.
So, the problem is... now if I get up there, I won't be able to move out and I will die, so I can't.
I can help. On my turn.
Like, get me out?
Yes.
Okay. I will put my life in your hands, just so you understand.
Yep.
Alright. Well, Gervasio will approach. And then also, before I can get in, I have to use my enemies. Because I am fucking not close enough. Boop boop. As Gervasio is going to send out an arm, to attach to Brant. And then pull himself closer so that he can get in for this.
As you do that, it's funny, right? Because he's dazed, so like he's not standing completely solid, but you still do manage to grapple onto him.
Yeah, like he sort of gets pulled to the floor.
Yeah, exactly.
As I am going to, I'm not gonna. You know what? No. This eye takes additional damage whenever it gets fucking hit. Which is great.
Yes.
Yeah?
No, because of Altus. The eye, that's just always.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
His eye is... Yeah. It is currently still 5 spaces in the air and has a giant bomb in the center of it.
So, that's great and all. Not only did I whip upwards with this, by flinging off Lieutenant Brand, right? But my arms are stretchy, remember? They've got like a...
That's true.
They've got like a 4-space range without any like penalties either. So I think I'd be within range of the eye.
Yeah, no, I'd say so.
As I'm gonna deliver 3 brutal punches into this man's eye.
Gervasio, fuck yeah.
First is base 6,
Gervasio.
second is base 3, the third is
Fuck
base
yeah.
2. But I don't know if all
I'm
of them
gonna say
apply
that-
an additional 5 or extra stuff, you know?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Are you choosing to ignore the presence of the bomb or trying to avoid hitting it while still hitting the eye? That will determine how much damage you're doing.
Oh god, because the problem is I feel like if I hit the bomb, it's detonating now, in which case...
You know what? I've got an idea. I'm still channeling the Bubble Dragon. I can help with this. This will be my any time of the round. The last one I have. But Animus Echo. Surround the bomb in a bubble. So if it gets hit by Gavazio, it just bounces further into Roger's system. As opposed to exploding immediately.
That is a fun idea.
Yeah,
Bubble!
hell,
That's dope.
fucking
my
yeah,
God.
Altus.
I think it
Yeah.
happens.
Oh boy.
Oh.
This is bad. This is really bad.
This is a bubble bomb.
You know, Scarlet, you're correct.
So I don't
Alright.
think I am avoiding the bomb. I don't
Alright.
think I need to.
Fantastic. You punch the bomb, and you force it further into Grudge's eye. It's not like a traditional eye, it's more like a strange void filled with like a fleshy goo like light. And
Honestly,
you punch the bomb.
With that happening with a 20 penny, if you're asking me,
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree. With the first punch, you force it into him. And you're only gonna deal the extra damage based on you attacking the eye for that. However, the second punch, you punch him right in the same spot, right where Altus ruptured to hit the veins that he himself created, to deal an extra 15 damage. Then the third punch comes in, once again, ignoring his DR and your usual damage proration to do another 15 damage to him.
Fuck yes.
And as you land, you see his body bulge and expand before a huge cataclysmic explosion is heard. And from his now beaten eye, a pillar of black and purple smoke erupts as he takes, I'm gonna say, double that normal true damage.
Brutal.
I think that means something else happens here too.
Yeah. And I am just going to force him into his final state.
Don't worry, guys, it's not dead.
as-
It's pacifism.
As once again, he lets out his roar.
Come and get me!
7th state. 8th state.
I see.
Where is he? There he is. And on top of that, he's also gonna roar again.
Yeah, already.
And this one is a crit.
It is a
Right.
crit.
Because
Beyond
you
my
have
just my
easily
head.
dealt enough multiples of 10 damage to take him up to his crit threshold.
Yes, I understand. I will say before anything else, I'm expending one of my conquest charge, which lets me guaranteed success avoid one of his moves. I assume as a crit that'll be reduced, but I also have my adaptation, so I will hopefully be quite able to.
I am
win in
gonna
a
say,
storm.
I'm gonna say you're not being dazed. I'm gonna say you take 5. Everyone else within the area, and honestly, him skipping extra states of damage, everyone in the area, which I guess really doesn't actually apply to Elijah. Everyone except Elijah is gonna be taking 14 damage and dazed. Union, you're not taking dazed, but you are going to take 5 damage like Gavazio is.
Yep. It is
Epiarsa is fine, of course.
Yeah. It is only
I'm saying you're
resistance, so
taking
if you
5
want to
instead
take
of-
me more, or if you want me
You're
to take
taking
more.
5 instead of 14.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah. No, 5 is fine.
Alright.
Yeah. You did kind of a lot. I'm gonna say, Altis, by the way, that I'm gonna say it's a 3 cost to put the bubble around Gavazio's fist in such a way that it wouldn't detonate the bomb. Just as a risk reward.
Yeah.
But yeah. Brant, Zell, Brant, Zell, and Bree are all gonna be taking. And Altis are all gonna be taking 14 and dazed from his roar.
This is a toughie. I'm out of any times, so to speak. So Altis would go below 0, but he wouldn't go down to his
Yeah, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Did you make Grudge grow, Penny?
Oh, you're right. I forgot.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, goody. So Altis gets hit with this fucking wave, completely disorientated. Maybe even falls to the ground. But then he slowly, like a zombie, like, unnaturally gets back up with determination in his eyes.
Alright. And then I want to ask, are there any other players doing anything?
I use my anytime to approach. Sorry, gamers.
I would I'm gonna say something for flavor as it like hits Elijah. That's alright.
I think Elijah's the only one.
In that
on
case,
the range.
Bree and Brant are taking, and Zell are taking 14.
shit. Sorry.
Yeah, Elijah's the one that's not getting hit.
Well, Soleil can handle the NPCs now, and we'll do the Union Elijah.
So,
in a second.
So you were wondering how the lieutenants are doing, right? Not Brant
good.
has this, right? And Bree also has that. Just replace this. Well, okay, you can see the whole thing, right? But you know, they both have that, right? And I was like, what, 14 damage? You said?
Yeah.
Oh, would you look at what they both need to use? As they're both at 1 now. Zell takes 14, and if you saw me fiddling around with the token, it's because this is important for Dazed. So.
Yeah. All right. As we hit Elijah, what did you want to say?
Union, ears kind of bleeding, his face still shaded as he has that dangerous aura about him. He yells, roars even. Everyone, if you're standing, if you can hear me, don't matter. Instinctively you know. Let's fucking kill him, cause I've got the ticket to our way out of here. As the plasmic orbs across his arm begin to glow dangerously, he is readying a very terrible thing for his turn.
Understandable.
Oh, no.
Elijah faces the exact wrong direction. You got it, buddy.
I assume for a good amount of time, I was seeing everything in red triangular hazard signs. That thing went off.
Oh yeah. You also, despite the safety vest, it's a vest. It's not safety. Everything.
Earmuffs,
whatever the fuck. So you didn't take the damage or the dazed, but your ears are ringing and you can barely hear anything.
It is basically like any of those war movies where an explosion goes off, just that noise.
Yeah, exactly.
He's just looking at this shit going on. Oh, some people are so close to triggering my dumbass thing. Oh, God. Yeah, the bomb's gone. Everything's looking bad.
Yup.
Now, Roche, I assume Elijah can at least see Union beginning to glow dangerously. Miss, you are muted if you're saying anything.
He's charging.
Oh no, do you need me to be on cleanup on containment duty?
No, not necessarily. Maybe not. Maybe? Be careful.
Okay. Elijah's just gonna think to himself, how bad would it be if these guys weren't here anymore?
Not
That's the
particularly
question.
bad.
That's the question he's asking himself. Because they're probably going to come back, no matter what happens. It's just a matter of, let's see what happens, I suppose. I think I'm gonna have to at this point. I don't want to be near these people. No, I'm gonna save my darn action. I guess Elijah's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's looking over here. I had a whole plan, and then one round happened, and now we're at the final stage of the boss.
Yeah. Elijah, you take note of something, by the way. You look to your right. The glass that covers this wall, it's the most perfectly OSHA-approved glass of all time. Not a single crack from that big sonic wave.
He just admires, is like, God damn
It's the first safe thing he's seen in hours.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man, this is so bad overall. I think I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm just in a panic. I'm gonna be honest.
Do you wanna?
You can always hold your turn
combines?
till Union to help him out.
I think I will at least hold it. Who knows? There's probably gonna be more screams in a minute here that'll knock out everyone. I'm
right.
gonna hold. I'm gonna hold the rest of my turn.
I will bring you over to Union's turn.
But for now, it's Grudge's turn.
Grudge boy.
And, so, he's still gonna roll this, but this one's also a crit.
Okay.
I'm rolling this for his 8th state. Yeah, he's gonna fucking...
Well,
Yeah.
it's a crit, but remember his stuff is uncontrolled as well.
Exactly, that's why I'm saying, that's why I'm saying it. Yep, just adjusting this text since it's no longer relevant.
I'm just saying, please don't kill Altus. Oh god, here we
No,
go.
I'm not planning on it.
Oh
So-
god, this is his stupidest one, everybody.
His whole body lights up as he roars again. Every single part of his undulous form ripples and cracks and shakes. Altus, you feel the weak spots that you put on him just be ripped out of him, ripped away, as though they were nothing. And, yeah, let me just, figure out...
Yeah, roll
Where are you,
the
mate?
dice so we can figure out. Alright, let me start putting these down. I'll help.
You got it. Got it. Yep.
You
yep,
can help too,
so-
but...
Oh no!
Everything. Yep. This is not gonna be, exact, because his size has increased.
Oh, there's Gervasio.
Hi.
1, 2, 3.
And especially on the actual 6 that I rolled, this is not going to be
Brand
doing
too. Actually, no,
the
yeah.
most. These do also go out in diagonals as well.
20, 19, 18, 17, 16. Oh, Elijah. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I think, yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Why did
I'm just gonna leave it to you because you know where you're counting from.
10d24. Oh, that's all his
That's-
faces.
Yeah.
That's all the spaces that are being fired.
Jesus Christ.
I think, if I am correct, all of the other ones that have not been placed are not going to hit anybody. They're going the other way. So that should be enough.
That's
So
completely
this
fine.
is going to hit Gervasio and Elijah, which is honestly better than it
which
could have been.
ones? Which ones overlap? Because
Hold
8
on.
is there 3 times.
8 is there 3 times. 8 is like way back here. It's up here. That's not hitting anybody.
Yep. Okay. In
'Cause
that
it
case,
goes
yeah, that's the only one that
1,
overlaps.
And then
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah. It would
No,
go
I think I
1.
literally think we got it. That's it. It's Gervasio and
All right.
Elijah.
Cool. Yep. These deal 5 damage. And as he fucking roars and fires them out, I'm gonna say, because this is a crit, as I said, but with his uncontrolled rage, the one on Elijah is going to hit him for the full 10. However, the ones near Brant, Gervasio, and Zell, Gervasio is getting clipped by 2 of them, just about. So he is going to be taking, I'm going to say,
12 as they just clip him as opposed to fully hit him. Brant is getting clipped by one of them. One of them isn't like directly on him. So Brant is going to be taking, I'm going to say, 4.
Night.
No, 6.
Night.
I also just noticed, actually, Zell is getting hit too, sorry.
Oh, yep, Zell's also being hit by 2, so 11 for him as well.
Well, no, by one.
Yeah, I'm counting this one as well, just as a slight...
Oh, okay, yep.
Sorry, smaller hit, yeah.
A little bit of fuckery since he's not really aiming properly.
Actually, here's one question, right, that I'll ask. Oh, well, no, ultimately it doesn't matter, because Brant was at 1 stamina, never mind.
So...
I mean, it might.
I know you said I'm taking, 6?
It would have been 11.
11.
Brant was
May I spend a conquest charge to avoid one of them taking 6 instead?
Yes, you can, because they are very explicitly easy to avoid, with him being in this state.
I will do that, because I never figured out how conquest charges interact with crits, so I assume it would just be a partial reduction instead of a full avoid, so...
Yeah, I would say normally, but this is explicitly, even with a crit, completely wild and uncontrolled.
Okay. In that case, I dodgy. In fact, if I can, I'll spend 2 to dodge both of them.
Yeah, no, that's fine by me.
I'd say so. Yeah, if you're spending them.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
What's Elijah doing?
Resource, so.
I'm eating that with my breakfast.
Yeah. Elijah, somehow the laser just perfectly swipes through you as if to bisect you. Fortunately, you ate a healthy breakfast, so the 10 damage you take is eaten by your safety stamina or regular stamina, whichever you prefer.
I'll eat my safety stamina because I think that just halves the damage because it's physical.
It's not physical; it's a laser.
Ah, never mind. I didn't understand the meaning of physical. I'll still eat it with my other mix of it. So, ow, my bones.
Yep.
So what's Lieutenant Brant doing?
Sleeping. What's up with Elijah?
Hey Elijah, how's it going?
Hey, you want to combine turns, you, me, Bree?
I think Bree's in the Daze corner.
Well, if it hits her turn, she won't be.
Yeah, if we combine her turn, technically your turn starts.
Yeah, if you combine your turns, you can have Bree's action bear.
That's probably how that works, yeah.
I mean, if nothing else, we could just hold our turns for after Bree, and then she would take her turn.
Yeah,
and then
just combine her turns.
Yeah, because they're
yeah.
Since the turns are naturally next to each other, I don't see a reason for this to be a problem. So
absolutely,
and I imagine at this point, Union's the plasmic orbs on Union's arm turn red, and he grits his teeth. Brant isn't gonna be able to see it. Damn it all! But we gotta do this. Bree!
Yeah?
You batter down that eye. Elijah, you be on standby. We are gonna destroy these fucking apexes and prove we're the top dogs. As he rips his steel arm back. And I'm gonna jump down. And I want to use my comp upgrade, Elijah. Or our comp upgrade, right? The second one.
You wanna post that?
Yep. As we're doing this, Union creates a pair of missiles. And we're gonna roll for our bonus action fucking dual tech ability, Blast Cone. Because it creates a pair of missiles, and Elijah uses their epithet to create the, black and yellow hazard tape around it. So it doesn't do any damage, but it does a lot of knockback. And it shoots 2 of them off. And I'm hoping to go for one right here under me, and I'm going to... I know the missile itself doesn't do damage, but I want to just, rail grind Ephialistai directly into Grudge, and with the other missile, I want to send it over here so so that these guys can hopefully launch out of the way of this. So let's roll for that together, Elijah.
Wow, alright. Dice. Roll! Oh, hey, very good.
And
it's safe.
Hey, look at that, the same roll.
as Elijah and Union, perfectly in sync, prep this attack. Batter the eye? I can do that! As she takes the truncheon from the Panoply set and tries to slam it against the ground to knock herself into the air. At least a little bit, as within the aura from Union, she aims both of her pistol shots, crosses one arm over the other, and goes yet again for a dual missile shot as she's gonna try and just pelt his eye with more missiles. And that's the thing, Zanza. Yeah, as I was about to mention it, but she is going to activate the regular effect of Never Surrender, the supernatural strength for a singular action to make it a barrage of these missile bullets. As she tenses all the muscles she can muster, and gritting her teeth, fires. Hell yeah!
Yep, and
all rolled.
Yeah. If I may note, right, my hope here, with the 2 concussive blasts is, it sends Union Ephialistai, Union slams Ephialistai like here, right? But with the other missile, it would, hopefully launch these guys away, or they get to go wherever they want. But considering the missile's right here, I want to make it so that it, shoves his head with a concussive force so that he's facing towards Bree specifically.
Okay. Yeah. So, firstly, before anything, Union, don't take that stamina cost. You feel the device implanted within you, substitute that, and I feel like I get something out of it. Secondly, you fire the missile, and I'm gonna say, because this is 2 shots, right? With
it's
the
2
missiles?
bonus action, concussive, pure knockback rockets.
Yeah. I'm gonna say with Bree's pistols, though, one of them just hits normally. The other one does hit the eye as you knock the head back in, as he's sort of flailing about, and you can't keep him there for very long. But you do, in fact, move yourselves and Effie into the into Grudge. Yeah. And Grudge reels back once again as he takes, I believe it is this much.
Are you sure you don't want to make that 2 damage?
Well, now that you mention it, I do want to make it 2 damage.
Well, he might struggle to do so because of the thing, but yeah.
Yeah, no, he probably will. But he'll try. Yeah, I'm gonna say he blocks Bree's first blast, but the second one hits his eye once again. So he would regain.
He'll take a bit less, but yeah.
And then
he's still taking the damage.
Union gives the biggest grin. His eye is shadowed by his hair.
Right, of course. Uh-oh.
Let me show you why they called me assassin. Why I was the Silverhand Bombardier. Pure and utter annihilation! And Union wants to use his main action
to seeing it.
With his main action, with his passive, using the plasmic charge and spending all 153 ballistic charges to use the ballistic redback.
Yep.
This has been a whole story arc of building red stats, so...
It sure has. Remember, you don't need to take stamina costs for this.
Oh, it doesn't cost anything. So that would be 152 times 2, because that's the base damage, and then times 1.5. So let's calc this.
It's big.
Where is he aiming this?
Right fucking next to me. I'm talking this 3x3, ma'am. I'm targeting his eye. I'm targeting Ephialistai. I'm gonna fucking nuke the shit out of them.
Yeah, well, with the way that Ephiastai and with the way that Grudge moved his arm, you are not next to the eye.
Well, that's
you are
fair.
in Grudge, but you are not next to the eye.
Effie has
Yeah.
responses, I'm sure.
Effie does have a couple of responses. First things first. She is going to detonate the lightsaber. Ooh, not on a 1, she's not.
Oh no.
Hey, did you know that your actions have consequences?
No.
I don't think it'll be relevant.
Give it a roll. Give it a roll.
Alright, let me find where
Oh,
that
you
is.
detonate your batteries that you've got scattered around? Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh.
Ah, at the 2. So, no
Never
one
mind.
knows.
Never mind.
Go back to your closing.
Then we're gonna do what she did before and cover herself with a ribcage.
That, I'm also gonna respond to.
Oh.
Because I still have my cancel.
Hell,
I
you
would-
sure do. This is explicitly defensive, which is very funny that he's going against safety protocol here.
He's learning.
Fuck. Okay, I think I have to roll against my epithet.
Potentially.
You want to just roll? You roll the epithet, I'll roll me, and then we'll see before I roll the actual ability.
Don't take your bones out.
Just give it a
That's
roll. Just give it a roll.
All right. This is gonna be...
Like, just give the ability a roll. I
Okay.
will decide what the
What happens?
I do ask you to recall that these are draconic magic bones.
Yes. I am aware.
That's fair. Alright, let's see what happens. That's an 8, that's probably not gonna work, I'm gonna be honest. Even...
Yeah. So, what I'm gonna say is... What I'm going to say is that you go to do it. Your epithet tugs at you. Not because of the bones, but because you were about to walk directly into the path of 152 missiles.
Oh no, it's one gigantic missile.
Oh,
That's
sorry,
worse.
one gigantic missile worth 152 missile times 2 times 1.5.
I think he gets pulled back from that. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Starts walking towards it, the red just like flashbangs him like, oh.
Just straight on his ass. He's like, oh.
Yeah. Grudge is gonna do one last thing. Die.
Yep. So, Union.
So.
Okay. You want to flavor?
So. You fire this giant ballistic missile. At point blank range. Ephiastai summons a cage of bones to surround herself with from the shadows. Grudge has no such defenses left. You cover the area in a cacophonous explosion, louder than even Grudge's scream of pain. And when the dust clears, all you see is the bones that Ephialstai covered herself in, charred and disintegrating. A body definitely in tatters. She did not take 304 damage or 454 damage from this. She took a big chunk. A very large chunk. Grudge, on the other hand, you see just the tip of his broken wings sinking into the shadow. His form sort of melted across the floor to to effectively form the shadow. And Effie Alistai grabs the uncovered part of her face with one of her shadow arms as Grudge disappears.
I am a force beyond reckoning.
Well, that's you are, my young foe. Little bit more than just your average test subject, I see. Grudge did his job just wonderfully. And now, I believe, it is time for me to do mine. As her body slumps to the floor. The skull on the back of her head separates from where she was, from her hands, and falls to the pool of shadow that Grudge created. Before another giant shadow hand grabs it from beneath the depths.
Oh,
As she appears.
That's sick. How are those ribs doing, man?
3 draconic heads flailing out of a shadowy void where a neck should be, as well as 3 shadow hands grabbing the skull that the body you knew as Effie Alistai is just a discarded husk on the floor. And every single mouth glows with a pure, unadulterated energy. And before anyone can even react, the entire room is engulfed in flame. And, I believe we can cut that.
Hey,
I believe we'll be
where's
coming back
Group
here
B at,
momentarily.
ladies and gentlemen?
Where's Group
Yup.
B? Hey.
Oh.
Hey.
Hey.
Complete and utter obliteration.
I'm gonna at Liger since he's deafened.
Time for Group B to go to their section and be like, oh yeah, we're just like fine. It's cool.
And nothing happens. It'll be
Absolutely
great.
And
nothing
happened.
Also, I'm just gonna... I want to ask, just for the sake of it, considering we're just before Group B picks up. Does the plasma cannon get ejected, or does it just go on cooldown?
I would say it is probably burnt out.
Yeah, I think it's on quite a bit of cooldown.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, I don't think it's coming back before the end of Bifrost.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, there's no need to be quite that harsh, Penny. What I would say is I'm 100% sure you are not using that again in Bifrost.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Well,
what's going on, Poco, is that we're going to be jumping to another group to see what's going on with them.
yeah, we'll call you back in a bit. We might take a little break here to wait for Liger, because it seems like he's deafened. So,
yeah.
Jesus Christ, what even happened in that comment?
We nuked
Obliteration!
them, and then we nuked them.
Yep.
That went much better than I thought it was.
Yeah, the first one was like, that went about how I planned. Oh, here's the DBA we know. There we go. Fucking
Yeah,
insanity.
listen, right? I literally, I sat there and I was just Goku charging my spirit bomb in the back of the combat for 5 for 16, 17 sessions, I think my spirit bomb deserved to destroy Kid Boo, Your Honor.
He didn't. I'll tell you. I'll just say, like, it's nothing to do with deserve. He did not have 500 stamina left. Also, since we're in a little bit of a break here, right, and this might be our last chance, I'm just gonna like.
Yeah. Music.
Honor, Your Honor, Union was in the session, and there were multiple moot combats. Like,
Therefore,
I don't know
it's
what you
okay for him
expected.
to win.
Yeah. Listen,
Honor.
I agree. Grudge, we can go into it more after this whole thing, but I'll be honest, I was only a little bit worried about this Grudge at every power level, but now I'm scot-free.
I don't know what to say other than, don't get me wrong, that was complete annihilation, right? But I mean, you were seeing like the kinds of things Grudge was doing, right?
Yeah.
Like, if something like that didn't happen, we were in risky territory.
Seriously,
like,
I honestly
like-
think there was a high risk of multiple of us dying against that if we didn't pull out the bullshit-nator, like...
Your Honors,
sorry.
Your Honors, I think we're still in bullshit territory, because unlike the other party, we didn't heal!
Uh-oh. I
Like
did
your
just
shirt, by the way.
realize... Sorry, no, go on.
No, I was just saying Liger's here. No.
Yeah.
Hello. Well, I want everyone to finish their thoughts, so people were talking.
I was just gonna say, like, listen. I knew he probably didn't have that much stamina left. I knew all of that was gonna go on. I was just assuming that, if Epithet has a second phase, I'm sure at least the maybe 600 damage that I dealt is gonna reach through a little bit. Maybe not. I don't know. But one thing's for certain. Grudge is never coming back.
Go to your room and never come out.
Wow. He's certainly not coming back anytime soon.
That's for sure.
Yeah,
But
he needs to be rebuilt.
But like, listen, we fucked up Grudge, but like, all this did go down. Brant went down. Lieutenant Bree is at 1 stamina and doesn't have her protection thing. My once per combat's gone. I'm at half HP. Zell's almost down. We used all our big fuck
No,
resources.
it wasn't nothing. You didn't cheese it.
Yeah, no.
It's fine, guys. Just blow up the other 2 batteries. She'll die instantly.
And of course, as we know, John Slasher, rest in peace. Like,
Who sevens in chat?
Everyone do a salute.
We lost him.
Have to pay respects.
Military funeral.
He was a real one.
I gotta, yeah.
Wait,
He's actually explicitly not a real one.
Yeah,
that's what I said. He's a pretend one, yeah.
I gotta say, thank goodness for the structure of this arena requiring very minimal camera movement on my part.
Yeah.
Yeah. You might need to do a little more in the next part, but that's okay. Is everybody here
in
now?
The next part, so.
I'm Google.
You're Google, but are you here?
Yeah, I guess.
Liger, I saw speak.
Yeah.
Hello.
I'm gonna go.
Yep. And Ballast.
Sansa's mom is here. That's good.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good.
A whole part.
Anyway, so simultaneously as that little escapade and the previous with Albakairos, we follow our group of DBA and otherwise up to the northern end of the bunker, where last we saw them in the most recent session before this one, our grand climax. They went through the northern technological branch, finally reaching that bunker door, and after a chase, managed to get in, meet up with Shadal, who, after talking over terms of agreement and whatnot, became friends. At least friendly enough to move on. Everyone here was left in front of the door, which at one point led to Shadal's dollhouse. But now, according to her, should lead you to the triangle point you're looking for. So, if everyone's ready, your collective group walks through that door, sort of creaks open, revealing a wide, huge room, ton of open space. However, occupying the very closest area to the door, you do notice some faces. As let's
there
let's
they are.
Let's just go ahead and
fucking Zondalu.
So Scarlet, right?
Hello.
So here's the funny thing, Mallory. The point at the back of the room there, Miskatonic was supposed to be here, helping you guys as the last-ditch rear guard to guard it. However, for some reason, she fucked off and has left you in charge.
Mallory's
they have arrived.
expression is an emotion that you don't think you've ever seen before in your life. It is a perfect meeting point between hatred, self-hatred, self-loathing, and so much just desire to do violence upon the two more stand-out members of the cult that you see before you. Her glasses show eyes wide. Very, very wide. And she sees you enter. And she literally just takes a couple of the books that she's been carrying. No, let me put an addendum to that. She's since placed the books down and has been sitting on them. She throws the one that she's been reading down. God damn it! God motherfucking damn it! I swear to the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, or W, depending on who you fucking ask. I thought that Miskatonic said that Shadow will take care of everything. You don't need to worry about a thing. And last I checked, there are 3, 6, 9 things that Mallory, fucking Erebus, certainly needs to fucking worry about!
It's okay, Miss Mallory. We can take them on. I have the mighty Zondalu on your side.
You!
And his legion of shadow crabs.
Why?
I left them
Why
alone.
are they the crabs? Every time you
Crabs
ask...
are the ultimate life form. I've not heard of carcinization.
I didn't think that these guys were gonna be here. Othello says, looking down to the side.